education policy, critical discourse analysis, and corpus linguistics, examining classrooms practices to global language, educational policies. He also supervises undergraduate and postgraduate research. We are truly privileged to have him chair this session. We have 4 insightful papers scheduled for this session. Each presenter will have 15 minutes to deliver their talk. Once all the papers have been presented, we will hold a collective question and answer session led by our session chair. Let's begin with our first presentation. Our first presentation is by Dr. Maria Hassan, titled Lexical, Phonological, and Morphological Comparison of Waghri Language with Gujarati and Sindhi. Dr. Hassan, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum everyone, am I audible? Yes. All right, so it's really wonderful to have in front of me such beautiful faces, okay, seemingly interested. So let's see how this journey goes. So today I'm going to be presenting my effort to document one of the endangered languages and one of the minor languages of Pakistan. So we would pronounce it Waghri, Waghri, whichever way you would like to. The community would like to pronounce this as Waghri. So just a clarification to start off with. So in my presentation, whereas one of the focal points is the comparison between 2 languages on the continuum, but of course, in order to give you a sense of the community and the language, I try to give you a backdrop of the community as well. And as we've been informed that Q&A would be kept for the later part of the session. So please, if you have any questions, I would just love to interact with you after the session, during the conference. So let's start off with, so anyone recognizes this image? How many of you are Karachiites? And you don't. Sad. This is one of the iconic buildings of Karachi. This is called Swami Narayan Mandir. It's something that you would have come across many times, probably didn't notice, but that's okay. So why this? Because this is one of the key places for this community. This community lives in the vicinity of this mandir, but of course elsewhere as well. So without any spoilers, okay, let's start. Next slide, please. All right. So as you can understand, my motivation is to document a language which is in a critical stage and very likely would not be there if things would not improve, situation would not change. So of course, you know, many of you definitely are linguistic students, must have come across this issue of language endangerment and, you know, need for documentation. So, you know, basically, this is an overview of why do we need to document our languages. Any idea why it should be done and what is actually happening, how big fish are eating smaller ones? Is there something happening? Okay, and what's that? Is it globalization or is it something else? Is it colonization? Is it globalization? Both? Or these two as one of the factors that are at the backdrop? Yes, of course. So we know things have changed, right? When there was a time when languages used to thrive, there definitely is a situation where, you know, this pool is shrinking and there are factors such as the ones you've mentioned are contributing to it. And hence, okay, because of upward mobility and other reasons, there definitely is a need that we document languages that are gradually, okay, dying, right? So of course there are languages that have become extinct, but there are many that are on the verge of that. And it's not always the outside factors, right? Of course, there are inside factors as well. And for such reasons, it becomes very important to do something to safeguard those languages, to document that. Okay, so I just would like to, so I'm not going to be speaking a lot on this because this is like basically data just to give you a backdrop, okay, how things have changed, right? So my question is to all of my brilliant audience here, what do you think is the way of documenting a language, developing an orthography? Right? A writing system needs to be developed, has to be developed, and that is only how we can document a language. Right? That's what your masters, Britishers used to think, right? Okay, you must have, what is oral tradition? You must have languages documented the way we have. Anyway, so my submission is that no, not necessary. It could be one of the ways, but not only the only way, and especially in this age of media, there are various possible other ways in which you can go for this endeavor, and it probably would be smarter. I'll talk a little about this when I move to the way I have approached this project. Can you please move to the next slide? Okay, so this is one of the frameworks that I've considered while determining that why do I need to document this language, right? Anyone familiar with this? This is basically termed as UNESCO's 9-factor model, okay? And it just gives you a sense of, where you can place a language in terms of, so if I ask you this like commonsensical question, so if you throw a few languages to you, Urdu, is it likely that Urdu is endangered? Whatever we are doing with Urdu, that's a different point altogether. But is it endangered? It's pretty strong, right? Angrezi, of course. It goes without saying. But can we say something along those lines about Memoni? Is Memoni as strong as English and Urdu in terms of presence? No. So it's not outsiders doing something to that. Probably the community themselves are to be go back and think about it. Anyways, so this is a framework that is used very commonly. And this is what I also considered while I was working on this project. Can you please move to the next slide? Next slide, please.
Farhan Saab, next slide, please.
Next slide. Ji. So now I would focus on Wagri, and before I move there, I would just like to give you a sense of what my journey was. So here, I would just like to give you a sense of the community, okay? And then I would be very briefly speaking about how did I approach documentation in this case, and then we'll go for insights, all right? So how many of you have heard of this community? All of those brilliant Karachiites, never. It's again, they are your neighbors. They are there in your city with you. Probably they've been here, this community has been here much before many of your families reached this place. Anyways, so these are one of the oldest communities that have lived in Karachi. All right, so you see, this is the kind of linkage it has. It is, I especially mentioned Bagri because it is usually confused as a variant of Bagri. Bagri is another language that is used by, for the lack of a better term, nomads, and they move across the province, and at times they live in Karachi as well. So what we are looking at is not Bagri, neither it's same or similar to that, it's different language altogether, right? And if you look at this profile of language vitality in Pakistan, so you see, which languages could you put there in the institutional frame? English, Urdu? Any other? Sindhi, to some extent, right? Still doing better than the rest, right? But is Saraiki there anywhere in terms of institutional Dhatki? No. Right, so the situation is, and like why then such a wonderful presence of stable languages? Because ours have been oral tradition, they have been languages of communication. They've been used in different domains. We all know what language domains are. All right, please, next slide. So this is just an assemblage of what this community looks like, right? So they are primarily there in two main spots in the city. One is near and around Swami Narayan Mandir, the mandir I showed, and the other one is very close to, in the vicinity of what you all know, Liari, right? So this is Sitla Mata Mandir, and this is Swami Narayan Mandir, right? And this is a Hindu community, right? And they, in terms of their rituals and certain set of beliefs, they are slightly different from Brahmins or the upper caste Hindu community, right? So, but because this is not the topic of our discussion, we'll keep it for another day. So we'll move on. All right. Next slide, please. All right, so this is just a quick look at what the community is all about. The caste is also Vagri, and they're Hindus in terms of their, religious belief or religious affiliations, right? They are, as I mentioned, there are slight differences, okay, in how they go about references. All right, so very interesting points are related to the marriage phenomena, right? So, as you know, right, all of you consume Bollywood, right? How many peras? 7. They are different, right? They have, 4 to start with, and then they would add on. And interestingly, all their peras would not happen in one go, right? So it would be happening after intervals. That's interesting. Then there's this possibility of remarrying for women. It's also what is different from mainstream Hinduism or Hindu beliefs, right? This is not a possibility in mainstream. You must have heard of the concept of sati, right? What does that mean? That if the husband has gone, you should also go away, right? So they are slightly different. Next slide, please. Ugly slide, people, please. All right. ये video play कर दे. So this is just a quick look at the community in the vicinity of Sitla Mata Mandir, that is in Liari. आप please video play कर दे.
Farhan Saab, can you please play the video? Audio, please. Can we have the audio, please, for this video? Right.
All right, next slide, please. All right, what did you notice? Did you notice anything in the video? Sindhi, Gujarati, yeah, all right. So you should have one question reeling in your head. When we recorded this video, did we have the permission? Huh? What is your informed guess? Yes, we did, right? So as uh, we follow the protocol of recording such stuff when you are working with communities, we follow the same. All right. So I hope you're familiar with classification of languages. So this is basically just to give you a sense of where Wagri is, right? So Indo-European we all know, right? You know, in terms of classification, what is Indo-European, right? And our languages mostly are Indo-European, except for few cases, such as, anyone who knows Brahui? Ever heard of Brahui? So Brahui is our language, is one of the languages of this country, but it's not classified as an Indo-European, rather it is classified as a Dravidian language. Similar is the case with Brushiski, right? Ever heard of Brushiski? Ever heard this name, Brushiski? Brushiski is one of the languages of an area where you all would love to visit, that is Gilgit-Baltistan, right? And but it's not a Dravidian, it's like, you know, there's a lot of debate on where should we classify, should it be an isolate or not. But here we see this, you know, trajectory, and this is where Wagri is, right? So you can also see, I think, looking at that, we can guess that what languages it would be closer to. Yes? Of course, Gujarati, someone rightly pointed out, and that's one of the reasons that, like, the kind of comparison I've tried towards the later part, that is with Gujarati as well. Okay. Could you please move on? Oops. G. Can you please go to the next slide? फरहान साहब की काम का मुझे थोड़ा सा वो देना चाहिए. Okay. फरहान साहब इसको प्लीज प्ले कर दें.
करोड़ों वर आ जाएंगे. करोड़ों वराना अंदर भी शक्ति है, कोई हिसाब अंदर तो लगे तो नहीं. कई बस शक्ति ने तो विचार कि यार आँखों से अंदर दुनिया में तो कहीं से नहीं, पर आना अंदर कहीं वो भी रास्ता कोई भी रास्ता बने, कोई भी हकीकत बने, और कोई भी लीला बने.
क्या हम इसको रोक के नई स्लाइड पे जा सकते हैं?
माता जी बस अपनी अब आसमान खुदी लंबी छोड़ी थी माता रानी शक्ति देवी बस शक्ति देवी है इन्हों मत खोल इतने का कराची जी तो खाली इन्हों मत
फरहान साहब अगली स्लाइड पे चल जाए प्लीज.
Can we move to the next slide, please?
Can we have one volunteer with Farhan Saab so that can one volunteer stay with Farhan Saab? One of the volunteers, please. Yeah.
Next slide, please. जी प्ले कर दीजिए.
चमके से कहीं विजय भैनो हार लाज मालणी रे लो यमरवाड़ी ना ले लाव जोर जो सूरज भाई ना विजय भाई ना दादा बड़ा होशियार रे जो विजय भाई ना दादा जड़ा है शेलार जो होशे होशे लगनिया लखावे राज मारे जो.
Okay, can you move to the next slide now? Achha. So there's something that I didn't focus on, but you must have noticed in one of the slides that I just specified that what methodology did I use, right? So I had already mentioned the UNESCO model, right? And then the model that is used by ethnologue, that was also used. And there's this very famous list that's called Lapis Jakarta list. That's basically a list of 100 words that, you know, captures all the major, let's say, concepts, okay, that must exist in a language. So these were the various tools that I use. Next slide, please. Right. So basically, what I'm doing here is I'm trying to give a comparison of the data that's available on ethnologue and how it, corresponds with or didn't correspond with whatever our findings were, right? So the ethnologue data says that like Bravi, Salvata, Wagri, Koli are alternative languages, right? Whereas this is not the case. The community does not acknowledge it, right? Community has a very specific, argument for that. User population, according to them, this is 4,800, and that's possibly because all of these alternatives were also considered. So according to the community, they are here only in Karachi, and their population is like 400 to 500. Because of the other socio-political factors, there's also been migration even today, right? They prefer to go to their relatives and, in various places in India, Gujarat as well. And its location Karachi only, status is 6B, not 6A. That is what we argue, of course, based on what we found out. Please, next slide. All right. So the key point for 6B threatened is used orally by all generations, but the childbearing generation is not really transferring it. That is, there's little or no willingness to transfer, and you all are students of linguistics, and you must have studied language politics. So there are various factors, including upward mobility, where parental generation would prefer that their younger generation would learn a language, it would require a language that would give them better upward mobility. So please, next slide. All right. ये वीडियो है, आप इसको प्लीज प्ले कर दीजिए. नहीं कर पाएंगे. हाँ, can you please go back? Right. ये अगर आप देख सकते हैं, इसको आपको प्ले करना होगा. आप स्क्रॉल कर सकते हैं इसको प्लीज ऊपर नीचे. Thank you. Right? So this is just to indicate what we have found out. There's no new domain in which it's used, but there's something I would like to add on to this. All right, please, thank you. यहाँ पे रुकिए. हाँ, ठीक है, यहाँ पे रुक जाइए. So in terms of educational material, of course, that's a domain where nothing exists, but the emergence of wonderful TikTok, okay, and reels and such options, the new generation, they have started using it. Now, the only point is that they're not using it typically for documenting their language, but somehow when they're using it for other purposes, somewhere here and there, it is happening, which is a good sign. Please, next slide. So when I was trying to document this, what I tried to do is, using this list, I tried to take input from two different generations. And there are interesting differences in two generations, right? So the variant of older generation is slightly different from that of the younger generation, okay? And let's have a look at that. Please, next slide pe chal jayega. So what I am presenting here is just a section of the larger project. So when we were looking at this comparison, there were other languages on the continent that we use, but here, I'll be talking briefly about the differences with Sindhi and Gujarati. So, ये आप लोगों को नजर आ रहा है? Can you guys see this clearly? All right. So if we look at the very first entry, what kind of phonological insight it has for you?
Dr. Maria,
Yeah.
how much
It's
time?
fine. All right, sorry.
Yeah.
So, chale. Could you please move to the next slide? Thank you. Now, so I've just picked one section of the data that gives you a sense of the lexical similarity of Wagri and Sindhi, which is 12%. इससे पहले एक स्लाइड थी, वो गुजराती वाली आप प्लीज वो कर दें. Yeah. So the lexical similarity of Gujarati and Wagri is 55%, right? And very interestingly, if you look at the older generation, right, so the percentage was not 55%. So what's happening is there appears to be an assimilation, okay, towards Gujarati when it comes to the younger generation. So if you specifically look at the percentage for the young or older generation, that was 37% lexical similarity. But when it comes to the younger generation, it is somewhere around, 50, above 50, right? So, and this is a very conservative estimate because there are places where you see overlaps, right? But probably there are overlaps in the making, and you would like to be conservative as a researcher. Ji, please, up next slide pe. So this is just a continuum of what's happening at the phonological level, right? And you could see differences in terms of vowel presentation and so on, diphthongs as well. Ji, last slide. So this was just an add-on. So this is my attempt to have a sense of the syntax. And for that, we compiled a list of, let's say, essential sentences, okay, that are used in usual conversation. And that is what we took data from. Again, for this as well, we tried to have intergenerational data. Okay, next slide, please. All right. So this is just an overview of Waghi syntax, okay. So you see the word order is subject, verb, object, right? Right? Wrong. It's not subject, verb, object, it's subject, object, verb, right? उससे पहले वाली slide पे था. All right. जी, अगली slide. So this is what I aspire to do, right? So when I have refined my work, I want this language to be included in this UNESCO's endangered language list, right? So as I was told, questions would be kept for later. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Maria Hassan, for the fascinating comparative study. So our next paper presentation is by Ms. Sukana Saeed. The title of the presentation is Preserving the Oral Challenges and Strategies in Documenting Indigenous Languages Without Standardized Script, a case study of Memoni. Over to you, Ms. Sukana. Thank you.
Ms. Okena, we'd like to hear your findings or the crux. Okay, so just take us to the bottom, the core of your study. Okay.
Sure. How it is going to work? The presentation is not a how presentation. Can you please start the presentation? Okay, Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. I'm very delighted to present a topic that is personally and professionally very important to me. The title is appearing on the screen. You can see it, Preserving the Oral, Challenges and Strategies to Preserve the Languages Without Proper Orthography. Please, can you move towards the next slide? Okay, this is the outline that I'm going through. I'm going to discuss the background problem, research question, methodology, key findings, and I'll walk you through the challenges, pathways for language preservation, and finally the recommendations. Please move towards the next slide. Okay, this part is very important to me because being a member of a Memon community, I have been observing the decline in the usage of Memni language. I have been observing that the younger generation, they are not speaking Memni at their homes. The parents are speaking in Urdu or in English language with their children. So this thing motivated me to work on this paper. Here you can see the two pictures. The first picture is of the Memni script created by Haji Muhammad Hussain Abdul Karim Nagani. He created the Memni alphabets. And the second picture you can see is the romanization of Memni language by Abdul Razak Thaplawala. He tried to romanize the Memni language. And if you focus that they are completely different. There is no single letter that is in the same, and the phonological difference is already there. So this thing motivated me to work on this paper. Okay, so background of the study is by UNESCO, we came to know that around 50% of the 7,000 languages may disappear this century. They are scriptless languages and they are digitally silent. Memni is one of those languages. It is being spoken in Pakistan and India and in diaspora, but it does not have a standardized orthography. It has a fragmented writing system. It is written in Urdu, Gujarati, and Roman on WhatsApp message and social media platform. Research focus and significance. My study basically it stands at the intersection of the AI, applied linguistics, and community practices. And I tried to focus on the studies that do not have any proper orthography. And I tried to find out the studies that use the actionable community change to preserve the language. The theory of my study basically based on three main underpinnings. The first is the ecology of the language endangerment based on the UNESCO model of language vitality and endangerment. We come to know that the survival or the decline of the language depends upon the many factors, and few of them is if it is being spoken at home or it is formally taught at school levels or it has a proper orthography, and if the community takes it as its pride. The second is low resource NLP and transfer language, transfer learning. It is basically the machine application that computer linguistics helps to convert the speech into text. And lastly, community-led documentation and ethical data practices. The research questions that I'm focusing is what type of digital interventions such as AI tools, mobile applications have been used for low resource languages and how effective these interventions based on the results and evidence reported in the studies. What common challenges, both technological and linguistic, are repeatedly observed in research, and what strategies or recommendations can be identified to guide digital preservation of languages like Memni that lack a standardized script. The methodology that I use is based on Prisma frameworks. I searched on the Scopus and Web of Sciences, and I have also included few studies from ResearchGates as well that I'll show in the next slide. The research was conducted in the month of September 2025. The final sample included 19 studies and 2 Memni resources as well. Okay, this is the flowchart that shows the methodology. The keywords that I used are already, you can see on the screen. Initially, I had 2012 records. After excluding the duplicates and the studies that carried out of the timeline, I ended up with 131 papers to study. Out of these 70s I could not reach due to the broken links, and finally I had 114 papers for the screening process, and out of them I included 19 studies after the screening, after reading the abstracts, and I included only those that were coming under the category of inclusion criteria. The studies that were written in English language, not on the English language, but in English language, and they were coming under the timeline between 2018 till 2025. Also, the studies that focus on the orthography development, and I also added 2 grey literatures that were Thaplawala and Masa, because they focused on the Memni script efforts. This is the data extraction format that I used. After having 19 studies at my hand, and in order to carry out the proper synthesize, I used this format. I focused on the references, author, title, and the year, the language targeted in that particular study, the technology, the type of digital intervention that is used in that particular study, the result it has, and the script status, if it was fragmented or it is in the oral form, and lastly, the challenges and recommendations of each study. It's not moving. Okay, thanks. Okay, types of digital interventions. Okay, all the 19 studies, I categorize them under this type of digital interventions. I found out and explored that all these 19 studies had this kind of digital interventions. MT was used. MT is basically machine translation. It was used in 3 papers. ASR, automatic speech recognition, was used in 4 papers. Digital software, mobile application, gamification was used in 4 papers. All the citations are given beneath the type of digital intervention that was used in the studies. Can you move towards the next slide? Okay, it shows the orthographic status. Citations are given, and it shows that the languages that were being studied in the papers, what was the status of the orthography. We can see that 7 papers were studying the languages that had multiple scripts fragmented, maybe due to the dialectal variety. 2 papers had the scripts available, but they were under-documented. And 6 had the low resource limited script because they were not presented digitally. And 4 papers studied the languages that were purely oral. And this is what my research gap. I tried to work on the language that does not have a proper orthography. Can you move forward, please? The key findings I came to know after the studies that AI can work with the limited data. The citations are appearing here in these papers. I came to see that the AI models can work. AI models can work. AI models can work with the limited data. The self-supervised digital applications can work on the minimum audios that we have. Second is the community recording is the powerful source of data. The recordings are the authentic data that we can carry from the community. Third is the consistency in orthography. If we have a consistent orthography, we will have the better results. And finally, practical model, we need to combine audio corpus, the simple script, and AI tools together to have a language preservation. Can you please move forward? The challenges, obviously, there were the challenges, data scarcity and annotation cost. The languages that are English or Spain, we have numbers and millions of words. But for the languages that are endangered, like Memni, they do not have enough words, so we have the data scarcity. And annotation cost. Annotation cost does not include only the money cost, but also the time and effort of the people. There is a dialectal variety in the speech communication. There is orthographic fragmentation and lack of standard writing. Sustainability and ethical issues were there. Were the community aware that how the recordings are going to be used? Okay, I'm just going to have a quick review of the pathways for the language preservation. I have carried into 6 points. Number 1 is the language endangerment awareness. We need to know when the language is endangered. The awareness should be there. The language does not go in decline all of a sudden, but it happens when people forget the value of the language. Second, data collection. The data was collected with the help of the community. It should be done with the community and not for the community. And the crowdsourced translation and localization expands the digital presence. Consider that the people of the community, 100 people of the community start to translate the words. So we can collect a large amount of data in this way. Please move forward. Digitization and archiving. We need to digitize the dictionaries, books, and data to protect the language from, and these archives become the base of the developing ASR and other AI tools. Please move forward. Okay, this is here the digital intervention kicks in. Modern ASR system like Wave to Wake, they achieve 70 to 96% accuracy for low resource languages. It is done in this citation, and self-supervised learning further improve the recognition of the quality. Move forward, please. Digital learning tool like gamification, it has been done in this particular paper. Students and children, younger generation were learning the language with the help of by playing the games. Please move forward. Community engagement. Thousands of users contributed for speech and stories online. In this particular paper, the community members contributed by recording on the phone calls. Telephonic conversation was going there in order to collect the data. Please move forward. Recommendations for the Memni language. Okay, we came to know that AI can work with a limited data. If we have a limited words, AI can turn that speech into text. Second is community recording is the core resource. We need to have community engaged in this kind of project. The third is consistency and orthography. In order to preserve a language, we need to have a consistent orthography. Lastly, a practical preservation model. In order to preserve a language, we need a audio corpus. Second is the proper writing system, and third is the AI-based tool to transcribe the audios. Move forward. Future initiative is that we need to launch a Memni orthography project. We need to partner with a linguist and AI developers in order to have a prototype tools. We need to encourage parents at their home to speak mainly at homes, so children might start speaking it, and we need to merge the tradition with technology for language sustainably, because we know that this era is of AI. Please. Okay, the conclusion is that a language without a script still has a soul, but we need a proper orthography in order to preserve it. Technology plus community is equals to sustainable preservation. We need to combine these two factors, and lastly, preserving our language means preserving our identity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sukena, for this thoughtful presentation. Next, we have Ms. Shumaila Farha, who will present her paper titled Integrating Climate Education into ELT Materials, Prospects for Pakistan. Please welcome Ms. Farha.
Assalamu alaikum and a very pleasant good morning to all of you. Let's just start our presentation. Next slide. So the topic is integrating the climate education in ELT materials prospects for Pakistan. So we begin with the climate change and education. Since we know that CRI, that the Climate Risk Index, Pakistan ranked 8 in the 2002, and due to the recent, in the 2025 January floods in Pakistan, we move above in that risk index. Now Pakistan ranked 5th in the Climate Risk Index. So the climate change poses a global ecological threat, and education serves as a vital instrument for the awareness and action. And it emphasizes that integrating the sustainability in English language teaching. And yes, the role of English language teaching, ELT, in shaping the climate change. So ELT shapes the learner's perception and the global citizenship. Through the language, culture, and discourse, ELT can foster the eco-consciousness among the learners. And the ELT acts as the both communicative and transformative tool for both learners and the institute. Okay, now, eco-linguistics framework. eco-linguistic framework, it links the language with the ecology, that how the language is connected, it has a network with the ecosystem and ecology. It examines that how linguistic choices reflects the environmental ideologies, that how these textbooks, learning materials are reflecting the environmental issues in the books. So it encourages to reshaping the discourses towards the ecological harmony. Now we will talk about the green pedagogy and sustainability education. So green pedagogy embeds the sustainability across all the subjects, and it advocates the eco-reflective teaching, and moreover it supports the experiential learning and eco-justice in English language teaching. Now we will talk about the Pakistan's climate vulnerability, that how vulnerable Pakistan is towards the climate change and how we have been affected, and how the climate risk index indicated the very bad pictures of ours. So Pakistan ranks among the most climate affected nations. We are in the top 10, the most affected nations. So environmental challenges like floods, smoke, deforestation we have facing. So need for the educational response promoting the ecological literacy, which is a need of the hour. Okay, now we will discuss the status of ELT materials in Pakistan now. So ELT textbooks emphasize the language accuracy over the ecological context. Now we talked about the current situation in Pakistan. So we found out there is a minimal green content available in the textbook, especially in the English language textbooks, which has been taught across Pakistan. So curricula alignment with the SDG 4 and SDG 13, which says the climate action. My study aim and objectives are to explore the integration of climate education in ELT materials, and next is to map the approaches and identify the gaps within the Pakistani context. Now, research questions, what approaches embedded in environmental content and ELT materials? Second is, what gaps exist in Pakistani ELT textbooks? And third one is, what are the prospects and the challenges of eco-ELT? Now the methodological framework, I have used the scoping review method, and the Prisma for the scoping review guidelines ensured the systematic transparency of my study. And later I focused on the 19 peer-reviewed studies from 2018 to 2025. Now, search strategy and scope in my study is the database I've used, the Google Scholar, ERIC, Scopus, and the ResearchGate. Keywords I have used for my research, for these searching of these papers like climate education, ELT, eco-linguistics, Pakistan, and the time framework is from 2018 to 2025. Now, the inclusion and exclusion criteria. Inclusion criteria is that ELT, all the papers should be ELT focused, English language, environmental relevancies there, and exclusion criteria is non-ELT studies, incomplete or non-English papers, and the final studies that I have selected for my study are the 19 peer-reviewed papers. Now here is the summary of Prisma flow diagram, which is a very common framework or flow that we have used for the reviews. So record identified 67, duplicates that I've removed is 26, screened I have 41, then excluded 22. So altogether, finally I have the 19 of the qualitative synthesis for my study. I'm going to share the summary of the charts of the reviewed studies. Yes, so here's the summary of the reviewed studies from 2018 to 2025. Authors, country context, focus, their methodology, and the key findings of the 19 papers are in front of you. So it is the first one is from the Pakistan, Turkey, Indonesia. The global and Indonesian studies are there. Their focus is on, let's just begin from the first study, eco-linguistics and eco-pedagogical appraisal of the English textbooks. Next, the focus on methodology was integrating the environmental education via the Bloom's taxonomy. Third, the green pedagogy and the climate action in the language education. Teacher perspectives on environmental integration in ELT. And the ethnographic eco-justice in pedagogy, and the multimodal eco-critical discourse analysis. Well, move forward that way. Okay. More studies, chart over here that discuss its focus and methodologies on the ethnographic eco-justice pedagogies, multimodal eco-critical discourse analysis, content analysis of environmental education in EFL textbooks, eco-ELT conceptual framework, post-humanist critique of the pro-procrastinalism in the textbooks, eco-linguistics analysis of primary English textbooks, and the green content and eco-centric consciousness. This is the last slide for these, a summary of chart. Go back. Yes. So this is the last of the chart of the summary that I have reviewed in my study. Just take a look over here. The study, its context in Pakistan, the methodology, its focus. Now the result overview. From these studies, I have taken the 5 major themes has been identified from these. First one is the eco-linguistic integration in ELT text. Second is the green pedagogy and the teacher perspective. Climate awareness and the learner agencies. Challenges in Pakistani ELT materials. Last theme that I've identified in my study is the curriculum reform and SDG alignment. I already discussed with the themes, so we can move forward. Yes, theme 2. Theme 3, climate awareness and learner agencies. Then we have theme 4, challenges in Pakistan ELT materials. Last theme is the prospects and the curriculum reforms. And now the interpretation from the themes are eco-linguistics reveal that how languages redefines the nature's place. Green pedagogy operationalizes the sustainability through practices, and Pakistan context offer opportunities for the eco-ELT reform that we needed. Implication of the policies and practices that we need, the teacher professional development in green pedagogies, and the policy integration for the sustainability indicators of ELT, and interdisciplinary collaboration for our eco-literacy. Limitations and the future directions of the study. That my study is limited to the 19 studies which may not capture all the eco-ELT research. So the way forward would be the need for the empirical classroom-based research in Pakistan and the comparative global studies on eco-ELT. So here I'm just concluding my presentation over here. So integrating the climate education enhances the linguistics and the ecological literacy, and ELT can drive sustainability through the pedagogy and discourses. Lastly, we need a collaborative reforms to align ELT with the SDG 4 and SDG 13, which is the climate action needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Farah, for your valuable insights. Our final presentation for this session will be presented by Ms. Shumaila Farha and Ms. Maham Abid. Their paper is titled Environmental Sustainability, Education in Sindh Textbook Board, English Language Textbooks, a Corpus-Based Analysis. Please proceed with your presentation.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Maham Abid, and am I audible? Please bear with me. I'm having a severe throat infection, and I can't speak more louder than that part. First of all, a warm greeting to all of you, and it is my pleasure to present the title "Research with Environmental Sustainability Education in SIN Textbook Board." And this is will be based on a corpus-based analysis, having to seek the environmental sustainability themes that are presented in English textbook boards. So exclusive focus will be based on the textbooks that are being presented as terms of corpus linguistics. Okay, so the research overview will based on the overview of the background of the study, the problem statement, scope and objectives, literature review methodology, analysis, significance, and at last we will be concluding with the conclusion part. Okay, so the background of the study focuses on the English sustainability education, that how come the goals of the SDG is being aligned within the English language-based content. The focus will be on the English textbooks exclusively that are portrayed in the grades from 1 till metric, and the textbook will focus on the environmental themes. The green education, the study uses the corpus and critical discourse analysis approach to analyze the linguistic and thematic construction of sustainability education, examine whether these textbooks effectively foster eco-literacy, and how come it being portrayed within the English-based content.
Okay, so am I audible? Okay. The introduction of the study explores how environmental sustainability education (ESE) is represented in SING textbook boards from corpus-based framework. It examines the extent of textbooks promote eco-literacy, reflect the principles of sustainability in education, inciting the environmental-based content. Yes. The problem statement focuses on that despite global emphasis on sustainability of SIN textbook boards, the integration of sustainability concepts often progresses within the content. It is present that the eco-literacy-based content is present in the textbooks, but often raises questions regarding the gaps that is still missing with the significant part that are not being content present within the given content, which actually raises gap to promote eco-literacy and help the students' awareness responsibility-based content towards environmental issues. It's not working. Next slide, please.
Farhan Sab, can you please check? It's not
France
working.
up, can we have next slide, please? Okay, the scope of the study focusing on analyzing SIN textbook, English language textbook from grade 1 to metric, examine the representation of environmental sustainability themes. It investigates how linguistic and thematic elements are being present within the text, but still often not fulfilling the given criteria and is not meeting the needful part that should be meeting with the certain content.
Next slide, please.
Next slide, please. Okay, so the research objectives will focus on the identification of the dominant environmental themes represented within the SIN textbook boards. Secondly, it examines how frequently the given context sustainability related vocabulary appears within the textbook part. Thirdly, it evaluates the pedagogical and ideological orientation of environmental discourse in the textbooks, focusing on whether it promotes awareness, moral sustainability. And at last, it promotes the recommendations for integrating sustainability more effectively
within the English-based content. The research question that is being actually relevant to the study focuses on how come the environmental education content represented in English language textbooks of the SIN textbook board of grade 1 to 10 metric.
Next slide, please.
Franza, next slide, please. Okay. The literature review being the research question actually based on the literature review that are being presented within the international till the national context, focusing on global context, how come the integration of sustainability in curricula is actually globally affecting the part. Christopher also highlighted the limited ecological representation within the extensive countries. Secondly, regional context within the context of Pakistan. The previous studies identified constructive and destructive eco-discourses. Present study focuses on English textbooks from grade 1 till metric. Furthermore, a linguistic representation of environmental sustainability. And at last, it also focusing on how come the literature, the present of green themes being identified and it's not having the extreme little content. The framework. So the study is actually focused on the two distinct parts. Firstly, it's being focused within the theoretical framework, which is actually grounded in Norman Fairclough critical discourse analysis, CDA, which examines how language constructs and maintains its challenges, socially and ideological meaning. Furthermore, it focuses on textual, discursive, and social practices to uncover hidden power relations in language. The analytical framework based on corpus-based analysis used to identify the frequency and patterns that are being discoursed given, and at last it integrates the lexical frequency which is being identified within the later criteria. Okay, the methodology part, the research design and paradigm that are being faced within the pragmatic list integration of quantitative and qualitative insights will be further discussed with my co-presenter, Shumaila Farah. So over to you.
Again, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I think my climate-related second paper in a row, so I can rightly exclaim myself as the climate enthusiast. Okay, now moving forward. Methodological overview. This study employed the mixed methods design integrating the quantitative and qualitative approaches. So design combined the corpus linguistics for the linguistic pattern identification with the Fairclough CDA for the critical interpretation, and this framework enabled the exploration for the both surface level and lexical pattern, deeper ideological meaning in the textbook. So the focus was on identifying how environmental discourse is constructed across the grade 1 to 10 SIN textbook board. So phase 1 is our quantitative phase for the corpus analysis, that how we have completely compiled and processed using the W metric 7 for the textbook, and the tool identified these significant lexical items and the semantic categories through the W metric 7 analysis that we have done, and we have also identified through the tool the keenness and the log likelihood values to calculate the and highlight the over presentation of the environmental domains in the English language textbook from grade 1 till grade 10. And it finding established as a statistical baseline for the deeper CDA critical discourse analysis interpretation. Now, second phase. Second phase is our qualitative phase, which is the CDA. The salient environmental domains from the quantitative phase were analyzed through the CDA. The CDA process examined that how linguistics and the semantic patterns reflect the underlying ideologies presented and the social relationships. And the focus areas included the representation of nature, sustainability, and environmental responsibility portrayed in the textbook. And interpretation revealed that the moral and educational dimensions embedded in the discourse. And now how we have integrated these two phases, quantitative and qualitative, that we have integrated the corpus linguistics and CDA through the breadth and the interpretive depths. And corpus analysis ensured the objectivity and replicability of the CDA, which undercovered or uncovered the ideological orientations that has been set in the English language textbook. Now, how we have done this, the corpus analysis, that how we initiated it, the additions that we have used, and the, how we have analyzed the both statistical and interpretive analysis through W metrics. Next. Now, next part is the corpus compilation and the cleaning of our data. So this is how we have cleaned the textbook and the archives through the OCR applied to the convert the scan pages for the textbook. Then we have the standardized, removing the punctuation, teacher notes, and visuals as it is the standard method for the cleaning. Next. Now, the data analysis framework. So we have adapted the Fairclough CDA model, which shows the 3 levels of analysis: linguistic, discourse, and the socio-cultural. Next. Now, results overview. I'm just taking you to the representation through the graphs and the network. Next. Next. The green issue subcorpus after the main textbook compilation. Then we have created subcorpus by using the W metrics. And I will show it in the coming up slides through the table. Now, this is the key domain cloud of the subcorpus, which shows the green issues represented across the textbook, English textbook of SIN textbook board. Now, findings and discussion. I will just share. Just go to the table 1. Now, we are going to discuss the semantic fields that we have identified in the English language textbook. Yes, this is the semantic fields. These are the major semantic fields that we have identified. Living creatures, farming and agriculture, plants and nature, water and liquids, education and human activity. These are the main semantic fields that we have identified in the textbook, and where from my English book from class 5 to 9th, then it is very scattered, that you can see that the how the ecological and the climate materials has been identified or represented in the textbook, that are very scattered, that are not aligned, that are not evenly represented in textbook. Next table. We are moving forward to the frequency of the semantic fields. So yes, this is the frequency of the semantic fields in the English textbook, that we have observed that the living creatures has been mentioned more than the farming, agriculture, plants and nature, water and liquid, education, human activity. These are the key semantic fields that we have identified, and their percentages, that how much they have covered in the textbook. Next. Next. Now, I'm going to share the semantic network of the thematic fields in the textbook. The themes that we have identified in the textbook are the living creature, farming, agriculture, water, liquid, plant and nature, and how the network, the words that has been used more frequently in a textbook. Now, the interpretive insights, that environmental discourse is framed through the familiar and the moralized imagery in the textbook, and the textbook encouraged the behavioral responsibility, avoiding the systematic environmental critique. There is no environmental critique present in any of the standard, like from class 1 till class metric. No, theoretical implication of our study, it reveals that environmental discourse as the lexical rather than ideological. There are less ideological environmental, especially ideological representation is scanty. And the corpus-based CD provide the framework to assess the ideological depth in the educational material that the textbook that we are focusing on. Now, the pedagogical implication of our study is that how the teachers can transform the factual content of learning, dialogues, and writing using these textbooks, and project-based and the inquiry-driven activities can be promoted to for the civic engagement for the students, curriculum planners that can integrate the sustainability literacy, and we can now link the linguistics and ecological awareness, which enhances the holistic education concept. Now, the future research and the future way forward and the limitation of our study comprises of the future word can be the environmental discourse across the provincial boards for the broader insight, as we have only taken the same textbook, both English textbooks, and it includes the teacher interviews and classrooms observation as well for the much rich qualitative part for the interpretation. And the limitation assesses that we have limited access to the intermediate textbook, that we have narrowed our scope to till the grade 10. Now I'm just come to the conclusion and end part of my presentation. And this is how we just conclude our study and our hard work that we have put in this study for months. Now, environmental themes are present, but ideological shallowness is there in the textbooks, framed through the moral interpretation. Key domains that we have identified, green issues are there, living creatures indicate curricular attention, but not more themes has been identified. And however, it lacks the critical framing of a transformative learning in the textbooks. And the study calls for the inquiry-based pedagogy and consistent curricular integration that we have needed for sustainability education in Pakistan through the English language textbooks. And the corpus linguistics proves that the effective exposing hidden ideologies within the educational discourse. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all the presenters for your thoughtful and engaging work. We will now move to a collective question and answer session, which will be moderated by our session chair, Dr. Muhammad Asim Khan. Sir, I would like to invite you to take few questions from the audience and share your concluding reflections. Dr. Asim Khan, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Fiza. And amazing session, a very enriching discussion on different topics. The floor is open. If anyone has a question related to the 4 presentations, a very brief comment or a question, you're welcome.
Yes,
Our volunteers
audience?
are there.
If you have any questions, please raise your hand.
Okay, meanwhile, you can think about your question. I have, okay, Miss Maria, you already have a question. I had a question to you
Please
actually.
pass the mic, beta.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Wonderful presentations. I was, curious about an aspect like, so Dr. Shumaila, that the eco concentration with reference to ELT. But I was also wondering, okay, what kind of work is taking place in terms of integrating, eco narrative or, eco realization in the pedagogy and textbooks of other languages, for example, Urdu and Sindhi. So how it's been taken there, and do you think it's needed, or like if we'll be trying to having eco-linguistics aspect and eco realization for ELT, that would be enough for us?
Thank you, Dr. Maria, that you have identified this prospect. So yes, we can expand the study. Not the ELT is not the need of the hour, but we need the realization of climate change, sustainability goals is not related to the English only. We need it for the other languages, for the other subjects as well. We can integrate the sustainability SDGs into the Urdu language, Sindhi, in Pashto, or in any other language, or in social studies, in any other textbooks as well. So I think we have a broader scope of implementing it. I think I have answered it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, we have a question. Come here.
So the last.
I have a few questions here, if if you allow me. Uh, Miss Maria, Dr. Maria, rather, you presented an excellent documentation of Wagadi language, and it appeared from the statistics you showed that it's an endangered language with 400 to 500 individuals speaking that language. I was wondering if you call it endangered in Pakistan or you call it an endangered language as a language with reference to the diaspora available.
I would just prefer to stand up so that I can see everyone. So, wonderful question, Dr. Asam. So, actually, there are nuances and layers, if I attempt to answer this. So, there's something very interesting. So, this community have their linkages in India, Gujarat, India, right? And as I mentioned as well, there is some sort of migration, immigration that all is going on. So they are better off there, right? But we understand the concept of speech communities and everything, and like, so if you think of excuse me, English, and then the concept of world Englishes, so why such a variation? So similar is the case. So the variety that's spoken here is very different from the variety that's spoken there. What has happened, however, politically is interesting but sad. So the wonderful Prime Minister of India has, recently, like I think in past 3 years or so, 3 years ago, what he did was he changed the name of the community there and named them or renamed them as Devi Pujak, right? So in terms of presence, like, political vitality, so even the Indian variety is,
Okay.
they're not happy because somehow if they're thinking about it, so that's there. In terms of diaspora, so of what I've learned, we do not have presence of this community, like significant presence of this community elsewhere in the world, if you compare it with the likes of Gujaratis and Memons and all of that. But yeah, so within Pakistan, so that is the very limited scope and presence there. And then in India, they have linkages and they still have intermarriages there. So one of my respondents, after we recorded all her, these sentences through her WhatsApp notes, she then was married off to India and now she lives in Gujarat.
Thank you. Thank you. For the detailed answer, Mr. Kenna, can I have a question?
Please pass the mic.
Related to what Dr. Maria presented, it's one way of documenting language, and she's doing it through a major, phonological and syntactical comparison and through videographing. You presented an overview, a review of research focusing on memory documentation, and you presented numerous strategies to document a language which is not scripted. What is one, if we want to know, what is one preferred way you would like to document memory?
Okay. Uh, when I went through all these studies, I came to know that the digital interventions play a greater role in the documentation of the languages, and this era is it is the time of AI, and the children, the younger generations are all the time using mobile phones. They are on social media all the time. They are playing games. So we need to start working on that platform. We can connect with the developers and the linguists, and we can work on creating the gamification to introduce the orthography. When we try to romanize the language, we will use that orthography in the games, and eventually people will start, or the younger generation will start using it.
Okay, thank you. I think a very adaptable way of doing the documentation. Dr. Maya wants to add something to it.
I think at the level of pedagogy and possible other interventions, there's a concept I think most of us would have heard of, mother tongue based multilingual education. So that could also be some similar framework, not necessarily that, could also be one way of adapting that translanguaging, adapting translanguaging approaches when we think of teaching language. That could be one way of doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's a question? Okay.
Assalamu alaikum.
Your name
My
and
question-
your
my
name and then
is Laiba Gul, and my question is from Miss Maria about Kangra, जो उन्होंने बताया था. How does the culture practice of Kangra remarrying for women impact the social dynamics and gender roles within the Vegra community in Southern?
Thank you. That's a wonderful question, and we did wonder about it. But to be very honest, that was not the focus of our study, so we didn't dig deeper into it. But for whatever a little discussion we have had, this definitely adds a layer to the dynamics of that community, which is in terms of women empowerment, right? And the ability to navigate in society and are not restricted by the death of husband. But it also reflects on the variation and diversity within Hinduism as a religion and a socio-cultural. So one of the points could be because these Wagris, because they have interacted with Muslim communities for so long, it could have been an adaptation due to that. But we do not have anything conclusive on that, neither did we actually dig into it, right? So, but this kind of conversation came into, because as I mentioned, one of my research participants, she was preparing for her, wedding. It was about to happen, and that is how this conversation takes. So this is a little input from that. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, Shumaila, question. That's the last question, right? Yeah. Yeah, sure.
First of all, thank you very much, Dr. Maria, for giving us the motivation. Because I was thinking about my own language, which is Kaim Khani, which has the Thari dialect we have. Now I'm just planning it to just start working on it, because even I am not speaking Kaim Khani language in my home. My kids are unaware that how we speak Kaim Khani or the Thari language.
That's very unfortunate.
So yes, that is very unfortunate. And now after seeing the Dr. Maria's work, and I'm very much motivated and just looking forward for my language work. Thank you, Dr. Maria, for this.
Great. I will comment on two of your studies, Shumala, you presented with Maham, and both of the studies are related to sustainability and environment. And agree on one side, yes, you propose that environment or climate change education should be part of ELT materials. And you showed in your other study that somehow environmental sustainability information is available in some textbook with various themes to different degrees. So on the one hand, you recommended that it should be in ELT books, but on the other hand, you show that it's already there. But I would, in your other study, you show it's already there. I would also encourage teachers, if something is not available, teachers are the real change agent. Teachers can bring, ELT teachers can bring a lot of sustainability and climate related material into their lesson planning, into their daily lessons, instead of just waiting for the books to adapt to it. That's my personal view. And we can, because climate change and environment is hitting Pakistan really hard. And we are one of the worst hit countries in the world. So we should not wait for books to come out with these themes. As teachers, we should start working towards it. That's my suggestion also. Thank you very much, everyone. I would conclude this session by just highlighting that it's been very enriching to attend to two very important studies on documentation, language documentation. One is empirical and the other review paper. So it has really given us a lot of information about how language documentation is happening in the world and how it is being done in Pakistan. And also we've got two studies on environment, one again empirical and the other a review paper. So again, a very good balance of showing what is happening across the world and how it is happening. in Pakistan through empirical work. Thank you very much, the audience and the presenters. I think Ms. Maria has a last comment to make.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Can I please, very shamelessly, I would like to add something because I've been like speaking a lot. So I was also thinking that how interesting that is, like the two areas that were the kind of, sub themes for this session could also be put together for, the environment. So using indigenous knowledge and, helping in indigenous communities, bringing their knowledge for sustainability and, how to integrate that, right? Because, our route has been problematic. We go to what West is doing and then we come back. When they say, oh, go back to your indigenous, options, then we come back. So I think this is also something very interesting. People are working on such aspects elsewhere. So we should also consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maria, and thank you, sir, for your valuable insights and for leading such an enriching discussion. We will now have a brief souvenir distribution ceremony to extend our appreciation to our chair and the presenters for their contribution. Yeah. First, I would like to invite Ms. Maria to receive her memento. Next, we have Ms. Sukana Saeed. Please come forward and receive your memento. All right. Next, we have Ms. Jumaila Farha. Please come forward and receive your memento. And finally, we have Ms. Maham. Please come forward and receive your souvenir. All right, dear participants. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Now that concludes our Peril Session 1. We extend our heartfelt thanks to all the presenters, participants, and our respected session chair for making this session truly valuable. Now it's time for the tea and networking break. Please take this opportunity to connect, exchange ideas, and continue the conversation over the tea. After the break, we request all the participants to gather back in the main auditorium at 11 a.m. for the featured speaker session 2. Thank you once again and enjoy the tea break.
I cannot hear you. Can you hear me? I cannot hear you, but can you hear me? Okay. Hello, my name is Elif Kemaloğlu Er, and I come from Turkey. And today I'm very happy to be with you. And the title of my presentation today is Celebrating Diversity in English is Integrating Alphabet Pedagogy into the 21st Century Classroom. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Dr. Sajida Zaki for her kind invitation and the support she has given me all along the way. And I would like to thank her and Linguistic Association of Pakistan and Department of Linguistics and Allied Studies at NED University of Engineering and Technology and the whole conference team for this wonderful conference. So what is English as a lingua franca? What do we mean by English as a lingua franca, or ELF? Let me make a brief introduction to ELF as a novel perspective. Today, English is used in the global arena by millions and millions of speakers, particularly non-native second language users, is a dynamic social reality experienced every second in every nook and corner of the world. It's also a current fact that non-native second language speakers have far outnumbered native first language speakers. And in their interactions typically taking place in multilingual and multicultural settings, English is continuously shaped by the individual interlocutors as a means of communication to reach mutual intelligibility. I can't see you, but you can hear me, right? Okay. ELF, therefore, with its variability-rich nature and with an adaptable, fluid, and ever-changing mode, cannot be defined with the norms of standard English established by native speakers or first language speakers. And ELF as a paradigm acknowledges multifaceted varieties of English worldwide in their own right and accepts global users of English with their own unique characteristics and their own social, lingual, and social cultural backgrounds. And English as a lingua franca, ELF, as a field of research embraces inclusivity, interculturality, and linguistic diversity, and explores the diverse use and users of English associated with its global spread as well as its implications. As for ELF pedagogy, let me first start with my own story and my series of research in the field of ELF. I learned about ELF when I started doing PhD in English language education through some ELF-related courses at Boğaziçi University. Then I decided to focus on ELF in my PhD thesis study on the subject of ELF-aware pre-service teacher education. And in my dissertation, supervised by Yasemin Bayard and Nikos Fakis, I studied the ELF-related perceptions and teaching practices of pre-service teachers exposed to an ELF-aware teacher education program. And this intensive research, together with my related conference papers and publications, have been informing my own ELF-aware teaching practices ever since. And I have published several ELF-related articles and book chapters and presented several papers since the completion of my thesis. And my ELF-related research and publications mainly focus on 4 items. Number 1, comparison of native and non-native speakers. If you're interested in this topic, you can read my most recent co-authored article with Robert J. Lowe presenting a ethnographic investigation of our native and non-native speaker-teacher identities, and it has been published in the Journal of Language Identity and Education. I have also developed together with Yasemin Bayurt and Nikos Sifakis, as well as Esma Biricik Deniz and Yonca Özkan, F-oriented teacher education models for pre-service teacher education and tested their effectiveness through the analysis of teachers' perspectives and practices. An example is an article published in ELT Journal, and it is titled Alphabet Pre-Service Teacher Education Practices and Perspectives. I have also written articles and book chapters, often together with my esteemed colleagues, on the meaning of ELF, as well as the meaning of culture in the English classroom. Some examples include English as a lingua franca defined by pre-service teachers, insights from theory and practice published in JELF, Journal of English as a Lingua Franca, and defining ELF as a social linguistic concept and a pedagogical perspective defined in a book by Peter Lang. And I have also delved into the meanings of culture in my articles. My studies also investigate the integration of English as a lingua franca into English language teaching, and I suggest several ways and hands-on practices for real-life applications for alphabet pedagogy. And you can read our co-authored chapter recently published by Routledge, Integrating Alphabet Pedagogy into English Classes, Practical Ideas and Hands-on Practices. In my speech today, we will see that English as a lingua franca, ELF, as the pedagogical perspective, supports the inclusion of Englishes in English lessons. In other words, we should integrate not only English varieties of the inner circle where English is used as a native language, but also English varieties of the outer and expanding circles where English is used as a second and foreign language into our lessons. Plus, we may choose to include all other forms of varieties free from borders like immigrant Englishes, or Englishes used in business, or academic life in our lessons. Would you be willing to include different English varieties in your lessons? Yes, no, maybe, and why? Please think about it. Okay, my dear colleagues, ELF is a mindset. It says accept and include. It says accept non-native varieties in their own right and accept non-native speakers with their own unique characteristics and include them in your lessons. For a moment, close your eyes and think. I hope I can see you. If you close your eyes, you would think better. How would you feel if people accepted you as you are with your own unique characteristics? And my dear colleagues, how would you feel if the way you speak English were acknowledged by the other parties without any pressures of criticism and discrimination? And please feel it. How would you feel in a humanitarian, egalitarian, and democratic communication environment where the speakers comfortably and naturally communicate by being themselves? How would you feel in those situations? Please feel the feeling. You would possibly feel comfortable, free, and peaceful. You would most, okay. Can you hear me? I'm also checking the WhatsApp because I can't hear you.
Yes, madam, we can hear you. You're audible.
Okay. I'm going on then. I ask you some questions about how you would feel when you're accepted with your own accent. And you would possibly feel comfortable, free, and peaceful. You would most possibly feel accepted, and you would most possibly feel as you are. I'm audible, I guess. So acceptance is a key word in ELF, my dear colleagues. ELF is a humanistic social linguistic phenomenon and cannot be defined with the norms of standard English. It's a highly complex phenomenon with a life of its own, with linguistic, pragmatic, and cultural flexibility and contextualized experiences. ELF can also be taken as a pedagogical perspective which aims to create more authentic, inclusive, and transformative environments. And if we take ELF as a pedagogical perspective, we see that non-native varieties are accepted in their own right. Non-native users are acknowledged with their own unique characteristics. Intelligible deviations from standard English are not signs of incompetence. They are rather acceptable variations in their own right. And in the ELF-aware lessons, we see non-native speakers' own local cultures and identities, and there is limited use of L1 as a resource. And this view sharply contrasts with the EFL perspective, where there is strict adherence to standard English, where deviations from the native norms are seen to be signs of incompetence, where there is emphasis on native speakers' cultures and which usually neglects cultural backgrounds and L1s of non-native speakers. So as you see, L pedagogy is against the ideology of native speakerism, which assumes that native speakers are the authorities and owners of the language and are superior to non-native speakers. And native speaker says that those who use English as an additional language have to treat native speaker competence as a target. On the other hand, ELF pedagogy is a pluricentric, it has many centers, and post-normative approach, which accepts non-native varieties in their own right, and non-native speakers with their own unique characteristics, rather than assess them against a native speaker benchmark. And in ELF pedagogy, we see Grosjean's holistic view that the bilingual is not two monolinguals in one person. Rather, the coexistence of two languages in the bilingual has produced a unique and specific speaker and hearer. And the ELF perspective is also in line with my egalitarian and humanistic worldview. It accepts the non-native speakers as they are, with their own intelligible ways of speaking, with their local cultures, with their L1s and additional languages. So ELF celebrates diversity in Englishes in the 21st century classroom. So what can we do as teachers and teacher educators with respect to ELF-aware pedagogy in the English classroom? So integration of ELF into teaching experience can take place in explicit ways, implicit ways, or in both ways, my dear colleagues. In explicit ELF integration in the lesson, there is direct reference to ELF and the related concepts. The teacher directly gives information about the concept of ELF and related terms through video and audio displays of non-native speakers and readings on ELF. And ELF is introduced as a social linguistic concept, and there are overt explanations about ELF and ELF-related issues such as non-native varieties of English, the status and roles of non-native speakers and native speakers in today's world, and intelligibility. And learners critically reflect on and discuss the ELF-related topics. But on the other hand, in implicit ELF integration in the lesson, there is no direct and open reference to the concept of ELF. There are ELF-related components in the lesson, like video displays of non-native speakers where they speak with their own Englishes, conversations about students' own cultures or different non-native speakers' cultures. There are intelligible variations intentionally not corrected by the teacher. And there is limited use of L1, but there is no explicit information given about ELF. ELF is not the focus of the lesson. It is handled tacitly to enrich the lesson and to complement the explicit implementations. Indeed, interestingly, implicit implementations derived from the creativity of teachers under the pressure of standard English-bound approaches. They were working in private schools and they were under the pressure of standard-bound approaches. And in an effort to integrate ELF into the curriculum, they implemented their own ways implicitly. Thus, if you use implicit ways, it may give you feelings of safety. Explicit alpha-aware pedagogy often follows this order. There are videos usually from TED Talks or YouTube or other channels of different English varieties, particularly non-native varieties, and there's discussion on their features and intelligibility. This is followed by introduction to the concept of alpha and related concepts by the teacher. There is then the classroom discussion. Then the ELF concept is strengthened by readings and their videos. And in the end, there is reflection practice. And in explicit ways of ELF integration into the class, the teachers may also prefer to make comparison activities like showing students non-native and native speakers videos together, and having them compare and analyze their accents and their intelligibility. So comparison activities would be beneficial. The teacher may also invite a native speaker and or a non-native speaker of another nationality to the class, and then they can discuss this experience by making comparative analysis. The teacher might also have students compare and analyze two non-native speakers talking to each other in a video with regard to variations, intelligibility, and communication strategies. Or you may use corpora, like the voice corpus, and have students listen to conversations from it and analyze the talks in terms of variations, intelligibility, and communication strategies. Or teachers may also choose to apply communication-based projects like students communicating with a non-native friend on social media or any communication means regularly and analyzing variations and communication strategies. Yet some teachers may prefer to integrate into the lessons implicitly without introducing ELF or making direct reference to ELF. So based on this model, how can we integrate ELF in our lessons implicitly? For example, the teachers can enrich their lessons through the videos of non-native people or experts talking about the theme of the unit. The theme may be the environment, the protection of the environment, or a Pakistani, an Indian, or a Turkish, for example, environmentalist might talk about the topic of the day. And they don't tell the rationale behind this implementation. They just show different people speaking about the themes of the lessons. Or the teachers may integrate the students' own cultures into the lesson. For example, the given topics can be discussed from the perspectives of the students' own cultures. Or there may be role play activities as people from different countries, students may conduct them. Other than that, the teachers may choose not to force their students to speak like a native speaker. And they may choose not to prohibit the use of L1 in the class and allow it when necessary, like giving the Turkish equivalences or the native language equivalences of some unknown words, or giving instructions when the issue is not clear. Moreover, the teachers may opt for making corrections on variations that not making corrections on variations that do not deteriorate intelligibility. And by doing so, they may inherently encourage the productive and fluent use of language. Furthermore, the teachers themselves may set as role models, as confident comfortably speaking role models in front of the class, and tell their own stories of English and feelings as non-native speakers, and implicitly encourage the students' productive use of language. As a result, my dear colleagues, below are the main components of alphabet pedagogy if you want to take notes. There are different varieties of English, and they are to be displayed with or without an emphasis on variations deviating from standard English. There are local cultures of different speakers of English, particularly non-native speakers, to be included with samples relevant to the lesson theme. There is L1 use, and this is to be allowed in the classroom as a resource to help improve English. And there is flexible error correction to be implemented, focusing more on intelligibility. Please check the items, and in your English language teaching context, which ALF-related aspects would you be willing to integrate into your lessons? Think about it. And how would you integrate them? Think about these issues, and you can share them with me at the end of my talk or via email. So what do you think are the advantages of alpha-aware pedagogy? With regard to the advantages to alpha-aware pedagogy, my research analysis yielded two main categories: communicative and pedagogical advantages. As for communicative advantages, alpha-aware pedagogy increases not only the teachers but also the learners' confidence in speaking. It increases the interlocutor's motivation to speak English. It contributes to the fluency of the speaker as the fear of making mistakes is diminished or removed. And it enables ALF users to feel that English is also their language and removes the distance between the user and the language, if there is any. Coming to the communicative advantages, it brings comfort to communication and makes interlocutors feel freer to speak English. It gives interlocutors a sense of equity since it provides an area where all speakers of English have equal rights. And it broadens the learners' minds by displaying them different varieties and cultures. It brings flexibility to the classroom, and this flexibility makes the classroom environment more secure and tolerant. Alpha-aware pedagogy acknowledges the students' non-native identities, and this makes them more confident, more motivated, and the learning environment more humanistic and democratic. But on the other hand, as for everything, there are challenges. What do you think are the challenges of alpha-aware pedagogy? The main source of pressure is stakeholders defending strict adherence to native norms, including students, teachers, school managers, parents, and curriculum builders. Also, exams, my dear colleagues. Exam-based educational contexts, preparing learners for high-stakes exams may prevent teachers from applying alpha-aware pedagogy. Pressure may also come from different groups of people, from people who can imitate native accents very well and or speak very fast and fluently. They may be misunderstanding ALF, and from those who understand ALF as an approach of anything goes and ignore the criterion of intelligibility, and from the ones who are resistant to any kind of variations, including the intelligible ones. What about the solutions? The solutions to the problems associated with alpha-aware pedagogy mainly lie in a change towards an alpha-aware vision and perspective in the ALT world, and contextual attempts to define the suitable criteria for intelligibility. So what are the implications and suggestions of this speech? English classroom, my dear colleagues, should be a place where the aspect of intelligibility is included in correction approaches, where there is sensitivity in the choice of cultural materials, and where there is respect for the student's non-native identity. And awareness-raising activities should be designed to challenge the students' views on native speakerism and to introduce them to varieties in ALF. And there's a need for English curriculum in all educational settings, harmonizing standard English. We are not against standard English, but there must be a harmony. And ALF, different varieties of English, and highlighting the uniqueness of non-native speakers. Finally, if we take a look at the big picture, raising ALF awareness among all the stakeholders in the society would be possible through various means, such as seminars, such as conferences, as we are doing now, training programs, documentaries, short movies, and social media messages. As a result, we should all reimagine English language teaching as a culturally responsive practice that celebrates linguistic diversity and prepares learners for meaningful engagement in a globalized world. So you should include different accents in your classrooms if you would like to apply ALF. And my ALF journey has been going on with my dear instructors, professors, colleagues, publications, conferences, and as we are now together in another conference. And with my, these are preserved teachers from my studies, presentations, visits, my family. So it has been going on. And if you're, and I'm very happy to be with you. I'm very happy about introducing you the Elf-aware pedagogy. And if you're interested in Elf-aware pedagogy, and if you want to exchange ideas on Elf-aware pedagogy, you can write to me. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elif, for your insightful and thought-provoking presentation, which has added significant value to our ongoing academic discourse. May I now request Professor Dr. Sajida Zaki, along with our honorable speaker, Ms. Romana Hussain, to kindly grace the stage for a group photograph. May I also request our online speakers, Dr. Elif and Professor Shaila Sultana, to kindly switch on their camera so that they can also join us virtually in the group photograph.
Thank you.
We now proceed to our second speaker, Professor Shaila Sultana.
Thank you.
Professor Shaila Sultana is a professor at and the director of the Brack Institute of Languages, Brack University, Bangladesh. She is also a professor and the former head of the Department of English Language, Institute of Modern Languages, University of Dhaka, Bangladesh. She has been educated at Jahangir Nagar University in Bangladesh, Monash University, Australia, King's College London, and the University of Technology in Sydney, Australia. Professor Shaila Sultana has published more than 80 articles and book chapters for prestigious top-tier peer-reviewed international journals and publishing houses. Her recent publications include a co-authored book, Popular Culture, Voice and Linguistic Diversity, and co-edited handbooks, Routledge Handbook of English Language Education in Bangladesh and Language and Society in Bangladesh and Beyond, and Language and Sustainable Development in Bangladesh, and a special issue of Australian Review of Applied Linguistics titled Translingual Practices Entangled with Semiotics, Space and Time. She's on the editorial boards of Language and Society, Cambridge University Press, Journal of English Medium Instruction, John Benjamin's, Ampersand Elsevier, Journal of Asia TEFL, Crossing Journal of Belta, and other journals. Professor Shaila Sultana has been the most cited author in linguistics and literature from the University of Dhaka and Bangladesh since 2021, according to the AD Scientific Index. May I kindly invite Professor Shaila Sultana to deliver her talk. Now, our next speaker is Ms. Romana Hussain, a celebrated writer, editor, and educational consultant. Ms. Romana Hussain is an author, artist, and educator with a deep commitment to storytelling, art, and social impact. She was the co-founding senior editor of Nukta Art, an international art magazine that ran for a decade, from 2004 to 2014. She has authored two critically acclaimed coffee table books, Karachi Wala, A Subcontinent Within a City, which explores Karachi's rich ethnic and religious diversity, and Street Smart, Professionals on the Street, which is a tribute to the city's blue-collar workforce. Romana has written and illustrated over 90 children's books for publishers, including Oxford University Press. Her work has been recognized with awards in Pakistan, Nepal, and India. In addition to children's literature, she is a regular contributor to national newspapers like Dawn and The News on Sunday. Her career spans leadership roles in education and publishing. She has served as the head of the CAS, a private school, co-founded the book group in 1988, and wrote and illustrated several children's books and teacher manuals. She later worked with the Children's Museum for Peace and Human Rights as head of activism and outreach. She has led various projects for Talimo Agahi, ITA, focusing on high-quality children's literature. As an advisor on the board of the Pakistan Learning Festival, ITA's flagship initiative, Ms. Romana plays a vital role in promoting literacy and education. Her deep concern for the environment and climate change has led her to create numerous children's books on the subject, aiming to inspire young minds towards sustainability and environmental awareness. With great pleasure, I now invite Ms. Romana Hussain to deliver her featured session.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me? Yes? Can you hear me? No? No. This is not working. On है मगर काम नहीं कर रहा। हाँ अब शुक्रिया। Assalamu alaikum, a very good morning. I'd like to begin by thanking Professor Sajda Zaki, who has invited me here. It's really an honor and a pleasure. So I'm going to talk about growing with words, the role of storytelling in sustainable language education. Pakistan's linguistic landscape is one of the most diverse in South Asia, encompassing more than 70 languages spoken across its provinces and regions. We all know that from Urdu, the national language, to Punjabi, Sindhi, Pashto, Balochi, Saraiki, Brahvi, Shina, Balti, Gujarati, Thari, each language carries within it a world of oral traditions, folk wisdom, and cultural heritage. Yet, this multilingualism, though a source of richness, is often viewed as a challenge within the education system, which continues to prioritize Urdu and English as primary mediums of instruction. I know this is a conference about English and linguistics, but I'm going to show you a slightly different point of view. So my paper explores how storytelling and children's literature can act as powerful instruments for sustainable language education in Pakistan. It situates the discussion within the broader framework of linguistic justice, cultural sustainability, and educational equity, arguing that the nurturing of early literacy through mother tongues not only supports learning outcomes, but also contributes to the preservation of Pakistan's intangible heritage. You know, we are losing our languages. Many languages have already died, and many others are about to die. Language is the first medium through which a child understands the world. It is deeply intertwined with emotional security, cognitive development, and cultural belonging. When children encounter stories in their own language, stories that mirror their surroundings, emotions, communities, or stories about things that they do not know. You know, we say there are two kinds of stories. One is inward looking, something that a child relates with, and the other is when you kind of open a window and look at the world. So they find affirmation of their identity. Children find an affirmation of their identity. Such experiences are crucial in early childhood, where emotional and linguistic growth are interdependent. In contrast, children taught exclusively in an unfamiliar language, often English or Urdu, experience a cognitive and emotional disconnect. Research from UNESCO and local
Hello, hello.
Hello. Yes. So I was saying that research from UNESCO and local studies conducted by the Idara-e-Talim o Agahi, ITA, and the Sindh Education Foundation have shown that children learn best in the language they speak at home during the foundational years. Mind you, we are not saying don't teach them English, don't teach them Urdu if that's not their language. We are saying foundational years are important. Storytelling, when integrated into the curriculum, becomes a natural bridge between the child's home language and the school environment, nurturing comprehension, expression, and confidence. So, storytelling is a pedagogical tool. It is one of humanity's oldest learning tools. In Pakistan's villages, towns, and urban settlements alike, stories have long been transmitted orally by grandparents, teachers, and community leaders, elders rather. These tales, whether the folklores of Heer Ranjha, Sassi Pannu, Soni Mahiwal, Momal Rano, encode moral lessons, ecological wisdom, and a sense of communal belonging. When these narratives are brought into classrooms, they can transform learning environments. Through stories, teachers can build vocabulary, improve pronunciation, and introduce reading comprehension in an engaging, culturally grounded way. As an example, I would like to read a few excerpts from one of my own bilingual storybooks. Jingles, by bilingual I mean English and Urdu. Jingles in the Jungle, Jungle Mein Mangal, to demonstrate how it can be used to teach sequencing, comprehension, while simultaneously reinforcing cultural pride and linguistic skills. So this is the book, and I'm going to read a few excerpts from this story, which is set in the jungle. Now, it is a challenge to hold the mic with one hand and navigate this book. I'll try my best. Okay. Knew about him. The noisiest were the monkeys, who tried to get the attention of the elephants. The chirping of the different birds gathered there was very pleasant. Many a times the animals went silent and listened to the beautiful jingles of the birds. After a few minutes, the clouds thundered. The elephants smashed the thunder with their own trumpeting. A woman hugged a dry tree trunk, thumping it with her hands in a rhythmic beat. The camel rose and, posturing with his long legs, thumped his padded feet on the jungle floor and started dancing. The animals had seen the prancing of the deer and the dances that the birds performed, in particular the peacocks displaying their magnificent tail feathers in a stunning dance sequence. But to see a camel for the first time, and that too a dancing camel, it was something never seen before. They felt extremely happy. The peacocks joined the camel in the dance. Meanwhile, it had started to rain lightly, so the humans turned their ears towards the pitter-patter of the raindrops. थोड़ा सा उर्दू में, इधर नदी में रहने वाली मछलियों और कछुओं ने भी उछल उछल कर ये सब कुछ देखना चाहा। इन्हें जंगल से आने वाली थापों की थरथराहट तो महसूस हो रही थी, मगर दरख्तों के उस पार जो कुछ हो रहा था वो उन्हें साफ नजर ना आया। वो सब भी फिर एक दूसरे के साथ गुनगुनाती नदी और बरसती फुहार की लय में मगन होकर नाचने लगी। The fish on my sari are all still, but these fish were dancing around. By now, humans had begun to pay close attention to the various sounds and movements of the jungle. The songs of the birds, the trumpeting of the elephant, the hissing of the snake, leaps of the deer, swimming of the fish, and the dance of the camel. They heard and saw everything. Humans were intrigued by the music of all the different sounds, and so for the first time they began to imitate them. They even imitated the buzzing of the honeybees, adding their own voice to the buzz. They were noticing, listening to every sound that the jungle and the creatures in it made. They concentrated on those sounds and tried to copy them. The humming, the beat, the tempo was like music to everyone's ears. What fine and pleasurable sounds were now springing out from human throats. Mothers had always been humming wordless lullabies to put their babies to sleep. Children and adults alike would clap their hands to express happiness or to seek attention. But now the jungle was abuzz with another kind of magic. It was this melodious magic that later made humans form words in their mouths, sing songs, carve out flutes from the bamboo groves in the jungle, and make drums out of hollow tree trunks with the movement of their arms and feet. Whirling and twirling of their bodies, men and women learned to express their thoughts gleefully in many different ways. Okay, so some excerpts. So moreover, storytelling fosters creativity, empathy, critical thinking, which are key competences identified in Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 4, which calls for inclusive and equitable quality education for all. Children's literature in Pakistan, though growing, remains aligns with global best practices in language education, where literacy in the first language strengthens second language or third language for that matter, acquisition rather than acquiring it rather than impeding it. Yet, unfortunately, we have a handful of books in our other languages, not even translations from local Urdu or English storybooks. The language divide in Pakistan often mirrors social inequities. English medium schools cater to the elite or upper middle class, Urdu medium to the lower middle class, and regional languages are used primarily in public schools, or as we have in Sindh, we do have Sindhi being taught, but mostly in public schools, and what is being taught in, let's say, in the metric schools, isn't even sufficient for our students to, learn it properly. Well, that's a completely different area about teacher training. In rural Balochistan or KP, so where many children speak neither Urdu nor English, schooling becomes alienating and inefficient. Dropout rates in early grades remain high, partly due to the linguistic barrier. Storytelling in mother tongues can play a transformative role in making education accessible and joyful. It can act as a leveler, bringing literacy and emotional connection to children, regardless of their socio-economic status. To achieve sustainability, Pakistan must, number one, develop teacher training programs that equip educators to use storytelling and bilingual materials effectively in their classrooms. Number two, encourage local publishing by supporting authors, illustrators, and small presses producing children's books in our other languages. Number three, integrate storytelling-based pedagogy into early childhood education frameworks to promote literacy, empathy, and creativity. Number four, foster collaborations between linguistic communities, educators, and cultural organizations to collect, document, and adapt oral traditions into written and digital forms. Language loss is akin to biodiversity loss. Each disappearing tongue erases a unique way of seeing the world. Pakistan's linguistic diversity reflects its ecological and cultural variety from the mountains of Gilgit-Baltistan to the deserts of Thar. Storytelling traditions rooted in these landscapes often contain ecological wisdom, stories about rivers, animals, seasons, and ethical coexistence with nature. By preserving these stories and teaching them in schools, Pakistan can nurture ecological literacy alongside language learning. Thus, sustainable language education becomes not only a linguistic project, but also an environmental and cultural one, where storytelling reconnects children to their heritage and to the natural world. Storytelling is far more than an educational technique. It is a cultural right and a pathway to sustainable learning. For Pakistan, embracing storytelling and children's literature in its mother tongues offers a means to bridge educational divides, empower teachers, and preserve linguistic and cultural diversity. Like I said before, a child who learns to love words in their own language grows not only as a reader, but also as a confident and connected citizen. By integrating storytelling into the national education agenda and supporting mother tongue publishing and pedagogy, Pakistan can indeed help its children grow with words sustainably, inclusively, and with pride in their linguistic roots. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Romano Hussain, for your engaging and meaningful talk. Your reflections have certainly enriched today's session. We will now proceed to the presentation of the souvenir to our distinguished speaker, Ms. Romana Hussain. May I request Professor Dr. Sajida Zaki to kindly come forward and present the souvenir. I would like to invite the respected faculty members and esteemed guests seated in the front row to kindly join us on the stage for a group photograph.
Check, check.
2021. As the founder, executive, managing editor, he played a pivotal role in the publication of Belta Journal and Tisol, Bangladesh. Dr. Kabir co-edited several books for Routledge. He also edited Mathri Bhashapedia, which is the linguistic encyclopedia of mother languages in English and Bangla, published by the International Mother Language Institute in 2024. His latest co-edited book, Equity, Social Justice, and EMI, Case Studies from Asia, by Springer, has been published in 2025. He works for the NCTB and translates and edits books of different classes for English version and writes teacher's guides for English for Today. He also works as an English program consultant for the British Council. I kindly invite Professor Naushad Kabir to deliver his talk.
Assalamualaikum. I think I've been invited a little earlier, but that's okay. I have to share my slides, right? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, fine. Um, can you see the slides?
Yes, sir, we can see the slides.
Okay, now let me go to the slide mode and please confirm. Okay.
Sir, you need to put the slides on the slideshow.
Can't you see it now?
We can see the slides, but they are not on the slideshow right now.
Yeah, but I put it on the slideshow. Let's confirm. The same problem that I was having yesterday in the trial. Okay, now what do you see now? Hello. Do you see the slides now?
Dr. Noshad, this is your co-speaker. I think the host has lost the connection. And
Someone please confirm.
I'm not sure because I'm also joining like you. So I do not see NAD University in the session. It means that they have lost their connection with us.
Okay, can you hear me, Dr. Nadia?
I can, yes, I can hear you. And I can see your slides as well. But I think in the session, it's just you, I, and someone called Dr. Sahiba Server. And I think the host is not in the session right now. They might be trying to retrieve the connection.
Is there anyone to talk?
I'm not sure if there is anyone from NED. Yes, they have connected. Yes.
So can you try to share the slides again? Sir, can you try to share the slides again? The slides are visible now. Yes, we can see it. They're on this slideshow. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. So let me start my presentation. Just a second. Yeah, so I'm basically going to talk about English medium instruction in Asia, issues of equity, social justice, and linguistic human rights. My talk will focus on what is happening. Yeah, my talk will be chiefly based on the two books that I co-edited with Professor Ram Ashish Giri and Amul Parwar. And one of the book was published from Springer this year, 2025, that is Equity, Social Justice, and English Medium Instructions, where we have papers from around 12 countries or different contexts. And another book was published by Routledge, that is English as a medium of instruction in South Asia. So here our focus was narrowed down to South Asia, which includes 8 SAARC countries. But the editorial team remained the same. And this book was published in 2024. So my findings, my presentation will be based on the chapters published in this book. So what is happening here? Yeah. So you can see the countries from where we have received our papers. So I will basically, talk about uh, you know EMI at first, and at first I would like to present very simple definition of EMI because I found that many people have kind of misconceptions about EMI. Now EMI is not definitely teaching English as a subject through English. Many people confuse it. When we talk about EMI, it is the teaching of other subjects than English in English language, especially in the context where English is not the L1 or mother tongue of anybody. So it means, for example, in the context of Bangladesh, if somebody is teaching physics in English, it can be called EMI because we are teaching physics, not English, and we are teaching physics in English in a country where nobody speaks English as a mother tongue. So that is the actual definition of EMI. But EMI has been a buzzword in our academic field, especially in the field of ELT and TESOL, because of the rapid increase in globalization, global employability, and internationalization, especially of higher education. For these reasons, educators, academics, students, and parents and other stakeholders are naturally attracted to EMI. But two questions keep bugging all of us, and the one is whether EMI ensures fairness, access, and identity. By identity, we mean the local identity, the indigenous identity that we have as a citizen of a particular country. So whether EMI is going to affect our linguistic identity in any way. And the second question is whether EMI democratizes learning or does the reverse thing, that is, increases inequality in the society. So while trying to explore these questions or investigate these issues in the field of EMI, we actually used certain theoretical angles in our books, and also some theories came from the books, from the publications. So initially we used the equity, social justice framework in our books, and those are evident from the titles of the two books that I showed. Linguistic human rights was an area that was not mentioned in the title, but definitely when you talk about equity and social justice, linguistic human rights is an idea that comes very naturally. And that issue has been covered in our book quite well. We found lots of chapters and lots of authors used Amartya Sen's capability approach and Freirean idea of critical pedagogy, and also some features of uh, decolonial linguistics or decolonizing the study of linguistics, etc. So using these three lenses, our authors have written their books. So we have, in this presentation, I have analyzed the findings according to the theme and then according to the countries. So if something is written in red, you understand that it's a negative trend, and if it's in green, then this is something that we consider positive. And I'm just going very quickly to the themes that we have found. So, like we found that in the paper from Vietnam, we found that EMI has contributed to the existence of inequalities. And another paper found that uh, in the name of EMI, basically English teaching remained monoglossic, even though the context is heteroglossic, or you can say multilingual. In Philippine, EMI has been found to be oppressive and liberating potentials together simultaneously. So it is serving, two opposite roles. In another paper, EMI has been found to conform to coloniality and linguistic injustice, but the author suggested, combating these things with the multilingual reform. In the case of Sri Lanka, EMI has been problematic for the students who have low English proficiency. And it was found that EMI for them leads to inequities in the society. So in Singapore, EMI has been found to be a political issue, and it actually contributes to the hierarchization of different varieties of English. But then there was a need to identify uh, pluricentric Englishes in the Singaporean context. And if to talk about Pakistan, then in the paper from Fatima Dar, Professor Manan et al., and they say that the reflection of using EMI in teaching has been absent in the teacher training programs, and the suggestion is that teacher training must include EMI issues in their programs. So EMI also, found to reinforce inequities for students, especially from the rural areas or students belonging to the low-cost English medium schools. So almost the case is similar when we talk about the Indian context, where rural-urban division was a deciding factor behind the success of EMI. So, uh, I mean, rural teachers and also rural learners had more problems while using EMI. Uh, it was also found that in many contexts in India, EMI was offered, but there was a lack of teacher readiness. In the case of Bangladesh, EMI was found to, increase further discrimination for the ethnic students. So we have a significant number of ethnic students, especially belonging to the Chittagong hill tracts. So EMI is more problematic for them. And it was also pointed out that uh, there has been systematic monolingualism in the name of EMI, which denies the societal or ecologically existing multilinguality. One paper was talked about English version. English version is a very unique idea where the national curriculum is followed, but the language is English. It means that in the general medium, other subjects are taught in Bangla, but the same subjects are taught in English version in certain schools. And it was also found that these English version schools increase social inequities, and actually they present inequitable access to us, because usually English version schools are slightly more expensive than the Bangla version schools. So in the case of Thailand, the situation is more positive, but as you know that, sorry, I meant in the case of South Korea, students have more positive attitude towards EMI, but in Thailand, they have limited access to intensive English programs. In Nepal, we found that EMI and Nepali medium schooling systems reproduce social inequalities and class stratification. It means that it contributes to the prevailing social discrimination in the society. So EMI doesn't reduce it, it increases. And EMI also, reproduces the dominant ideology and marginalize the minority groups in Nepal. So, if you look at the slides, I'm not going to read out everything, but if I talk about the region, and Asia is our region, then we find that unequal language hierarchies and inconsistent policies chiefly perpetuate capability deprivation among the marginalized linguistic communities in the Asian countries. So that is something which we do not EMI for. Now, all these data are from the Springer book, but we have also included some data from our Routledge book that was published in 2024. So like in the context of Bangladesh, we found that EMI definitely discriminates English medium discriminates and give advantages to the English medium students over the Bangla medium and the madrasa background uh, students. So thus it creates a kind of epistemic or structural equities. So EMI has been associated with the elite class both in Nepal and Bangladesh, also sometimes in Pakistan. In the context of India, regional languages are marginalized and they face kind of uh, left out by the dominant English only policy. So in the case of India, I mean, English is a kind of symbolic capital, something which Bourdieu talked about in the name of, or calling it a cultural capital, linguistic capital. So EMI, creates a new kind of casteism in the case of India, because you know that Indian society is kind of full of casteism related issues. So English or English knowing people is considered another superior caste in Indian society. Just a second. Yeah. Yeah. So in Pakistan, we have also already mentioned that in the case of Sri Lanka, EMI shifts have alternately empowered and marginalized local Tamil speaking communities. So it has served both. So I mean, if we look at the EMI situation, it is found that it is not 100% a blessing or 100% curse in any of the South Asian countries. So I mean, EMI in a way, if you look at the middle of the screen, that EMI and according to Shaila Sultana, EMI reinforces coloniality and new liberal inequality in the one hand, while on the other hand, uh, it operates both as enabler and an inhibitor of social justice. In one of the chapters that we, the editors, wrote, we found that EMI, marginalizes minority languages and narrows linguistic frontiers, but it also, creates opportunities for inclusive multilingual policies. So then what are the challenges and what are the ways out, or you see, you know, uh, the positive sides or opportunities? So, I mean, if to talk about the negative sides of EMI, definitely EMI, contributes to nativism in teaching, accentism, all these concepts, colonial concepts. In some cases, EMI, widens the gap between the students from the local medium students and English medium students. We also see lack of equity in teacher training. EMI teachers are often neglected in the training programs. They need to teach their subjects in English. They are subject experts, but not proficient in English. We can also see to the growth of class stratification because of EMI and MMI, uh, mother tongue or multilingual medium instruction, something like this. Urban-rural divide is a deciding factor, and we can see that EMI leads to further marginalization of different ethnic minorities in the country. But then what opportunities does it present to us? I mean, definitely EMI can be, effective if we can think about multilingual pedagogies along with EMI, and we can also think about the translanguaging approaches in the actual classroom and the teacher training programs. We also have to think about the fairness and inclusivity and the access issues when we talk about EMI. EMI has different models. We need to find out the concept sensitive EMI models. Or maybe if we don't get, then we have to customize EMI according to our context. Our assessment system is often found to be monolingual, but we can also think about innovative assessment techniques that will address a learner's multilingual repertoire. So from English only, we can think about English plus uh, approach in our teaching and uh, testing and other things of pedagogy. So as I was saying that it is neither 100% blessing or 100% cards. So I mean, if we can, like treat EMI with more insight, local insights, more compassion, and more judiciously, EMI can be beneficial for us. But what is happening is, in the name of the brand EMI, people are offering a schooling system where the teacher, the system itself, the textbooks are not capable enough, to address the needs felt by the parents and the students. So this is how I would like to end my presentation very briefly. And thank you everyone for inviting me to the session. If you have any questions or observation, you may ask in the comment box or anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kabir, for sharing your profound insights with us today. Our final speaker for this session is Professor Dr. Nadia Anwar. Professor Dr. Nadia Anwar is serving as the Dean of the School of Liberal Arts at the University of Management and Technology, Lahore, Pakistan.
It's not
Her
audible, in
principal
fact.
research lies in Her principal research lies in the field of post-colonial English literatures in general and Nigerian theatre and drama in particular. She is a strong supporter of interdisciplinarity in research, which is reflected in the several PhD and MPhil theses she has supervised to date. During her professional career, she has lectured on English language and literature, American and continental literatures, and areas such as research methodology, critical discourse analysis, pragmatics, and adaptation studies. As an active researcher, academic, and administrative faculty member, she has remained engaged with many curricular and extracurricular activities from undergraduate to PhD levels. She has been the recipient of many awards during her academic and professional career, along with a notable collection of published research to her credit. She also keeps offering her acquired research skills and teaching experience to the faculty development programs. Her work extends beyond the classroom as she strives to contribute to both the academic and administrative spheres, all while maintaining a strong belief in teaching beyond the text. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Nadia Anwar.
Thank you very much, NED, the host, and especially Dr. Sajda Zaki for considering me and allowing me to be a part of this wonderful gathering. I hope I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, madam, you're audible.
Thank you very much. With this note of thanks and the pleasure that I'm having in joining all of you, I would like to draw your attention to something that you may not be aware of in terms of how our pedagogies, our English language teaching, and literature studies have been affected by the SDG development, Sustainable Development Goals that we all talk about. Yes, I'm not going to be particularly talking about the pedagogies and the wonderful presentation that I just heard from Dr. Noshad about EMI and the culture we build through linguistic terminologies and linguistic jargons. But my concern is about the fields that we look after, whether it's languages or literature. We are being asked to sustain ourselves in the face of those growing technologies, which somehow are impacting our survival. So today I'm going to talk about the significance that our fields bring in the pedagogies, and how it is important to look not into those realities which are
Madam,
driven
you need to
by
put your slides on the slideshow. Sorry, sorry to interrupt. You
okay,
need to put.
can you see my slides? Because they are shown as on slideshow.
We can see the slides, but they are not on the slideshow currently.
Okay, let me do it again.
Right, thank you.
Can you see them?
Again, the slides are visible, but they are not on the slideshow. It's okay. We can still see the slides. It's okay. Please go on. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, if you can see, because I'm trying to put them on slideshow, but somehow, there may be, internet may be a little down. So I think you'll be able to see them properly. All right, so since I was talking about the fields that we teach and look after, that is the humanities, and my talk is going to be basically about what SDGs are, how far we have gone into meeting the goals, and then how SDGs lead us towards a very important feature which is developed inside human beings. That is IDGs, which are inner development goals. And then how our fields and areas of studies connect with IDGs. So these are the three basic trajectories I would be taking in this uh, talk of mine. First, let me take you to SDGs. We all know that SDGs are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, UN goals, and these goals were formulated in order to give us a sense of how and what we can change the current realities of the world and make them better and improve upon our living on this planet. But what we normally do not pay attention to is who we are becoming into. So our inner capacities remain somehow ignored during this process of meeting the SDGs. So, humanities, the subjects in humanities provide us this indispensable bridge for this transformation to happen from moving from SDGs to IDGs. You all know that in 2015, the United Nations 17 SDGs provided us with a very comprehensive global agenda, which pertained to people, planet, prosperity, and partnerships. But this raises a fundamental question. Why is it that even when we know that what needs to be done, the change is not happening? So, according to one of the reports, it indicates that only less than 20% of SDGs may be achieved under this current pace. So, if we are talking about achieving the SDGs till 2030, we may be far lagging towards achieving or fulfilling all these sustainable development goals. So there is this complex challenge, global challenge, that there is climate change, inequality, social fragmentation. But then, is it only about policies and technologies which can give us some kind of solution to all that? I think, and there are scholars in the world who think that there needs to be a deeper shift in mindset and behaviors and values. So there's going to be an internal change along with external change. And that is how we are going to achieve not only SDGs, but a more sustainable and empathic existence on the planet. So I take you to inner development goals. What you see on the slide is, a reflection of those five features, which are a kind of global initiative. And they pertain to the inner skills and qualities and capacities, which as individuals and as collective beings we need to develop in order to become capable of supporting sustainability, uh, create a more resilient future, and a more just future. Uh, because it is not only about bringing infrastructural or economic changes, it is also about creating a kind of society which is well integrated, which has the capacity to be resilient in the face of traumatic situations. So, the humanities, the subjects that we teach, especially languages, create in oneself this understanding about who we are and how we are going to bring in a better change around us. It provides us tools and methods to cultivate these capacities. And IDGs are all about our stories, our folk tales, our meaning making, capacity, our ethics, our moral, our culture, our critical reflection, and also our awareness about the relationships we keep with each other. So, in my talk, I'm particularly concerned about why these IDGs matter. And you can see that we have, a framework of five dimensions. And the being is the first one. Being is the relationship that you have with yourself. And if you are interested in Sufism or mysticism or spiritual development, then you may be aware of this word being and becoming. It is about first understanding yourself and exploring your inner self in order to reflect upon the world, what you want it to become. So it's the relationship that you carry with yourself. Then comes thinking, which is all about your cognitive development and your skills to give meaning to the fields that you teach, you bring on surface, and you want others to understand. Then relating is not just about relating with other people, but also relating with nature, with the world, with the inanimate beings. So that is the connection you build with the planet. And then collaborating becomes a kind of intrapersonal skill where you work together to bring sustainable change. And then acting is not just about acting out our roles in the world, but it's about enabling change. You become an active agent of change rather than just speaking about things. We start taking smaller steps to achieve bigger goals. So, within these dimensions, you have a very uh, important categorization. And if I take you to that categorization, it is about how within the each feature that I have just talked about, there are certain subcategories which define that feature. Of course, it is not for me in this very little time to go into all these 23 different dimensions. But some of the dimensions which I feel should be inculcated and integrated into our curriculum belong to those very subtle issues of our ethics, which I see very fast or rapidly, disappearing from our focus on technology to our focus on outcome-based education. Somehow, this part of our character development is lost. And so I think that, the presence, the awareness of where we are and how we love the place we belong to and the people that are surrounding us, and how we envision our future, and especially the future of our next generation, is not about living for ourselves, but it's also about living or leaving a world for your future generations, which is based on sustainability. And then one very important part that comes from third feature is empathy and compassion, uh, which also I believe is very important part and should be a part of every curriculum, every course, and every teaching session, because that is how you build on the resilience of human behavior towards different challenges. Then comes your trust in the procedure, your trust in the state, your trust in the people with whom you interact on daily basis, and your trust in the hope that the future may bring. Because the more optimistic you are about what future reserves for you, the more you're going to take action and become agents of action. And then courage and optimism, which obviously I've already covered in my mention of resilience and connection with other people. If I take you to IDGs and how they can augment SDGs, I believe a few things are going to be very important. Um, there is this idea about how enhancing individual agency can also help us enhance collective agency. So, what needs to happen in the world right now? For example, you may say it is to end poverty, it is to ensure quality education, it is to bring in climate action and reduce inequalities. But that success also depends on people who possess qualities such as self-awareness and a long-term vision, along with collaboration and empathy. So these exactly are the kinds of inner capacities that IDGs emphasize on. And if we do not inculcate these qualities into our actions towards SDGs, this sustainability is never going to happen. Then I would like to talk about strengthening awareness about competencies. So, what competencies do we need? We all talk about Sustainable Development Goal 17, which is about bringing all the crucial sustainabilities together. But then, along with that, we need an inner relationship with ourselves. A moment of peace with ourselves to understand if we have really been, giving something to the world, or we are only the recipients. So these are some of the things which can enhance our critical sense making of the world, alongside our intention to prove that we are, delivering to the world, we are delivering to the community, or we are as teachers, we are delivering in the classroom. On the third, I have promoting inclusive collaboration and partnerships. And again, it may actually take your attention to SDG 17, but it also requires relational skills. It also requires trust building, listening, and co-creating. I always find that when we give group work to our students, there is very less competency developed in the students in their previous educational career about how they need to work together in something, in creating something. So it's about recreating or co-creating and also relating with each other in terms of how one capacity, one individual capacity can enhance another's individual capacity. Uh, at point number 4, we have a long-term orientation, adaptability, and resilience. So many developmental interventions focus on near-term goals, and that is good because that makes you keep moving towards your goals. However, we also need to have a more adaptable kind of processes in order to allow us some moments where we can stop, rethink, reflect on what we have done, and then learn from our mistakes to move forward. That is what in IDG form we call acting. So, as active agents, we emphasize qualities such as courage, perseverance, creativity, and which help individuals and organizations to persist and to adapt to constant changes that are coming in society. And last but not the least, IDGs can augment SDGs in terms of cultural values, narratives, and the meaning making processes in the world. A lot depends on how we use language in the meaning making of what we want to do with the world. Uh, our languages actually project our intentions towards the achievement of goals. So, for example, consumer cultures, short-term mindset, or they can hinder our thinking or processes, and the words and the jargons that we use while revealing our intentions towards SDGs also change the whole dynamics of this improvement that we want to bring in the community. So in sum, the IDGs don't replace SDGs, but they augment them by addressing the human, relational, cognitive, and cultural foundations of sustainable development. Without that, we risk meeting external targets, but missing the deeper changes needed for enduring systematic transformation. And that point takes me to my last point, which is about how the subjects in the humanities can help us in developing these IDGs, which can be then incorporated into SDGs. So the disciplines that we deal with belong to our lives, to our actual existence in the world. Uh, they teach us to live well, to live ethically, and to be in relationship with others in the world around us. So, I think literature and language gives us a kind of lens which will give us purpose, identity, culture, and some kind of power to bring change in the world. So that is very crucial that when we ask why do we do what we do in sustainability, if we are bringing in a change, then what is the purpose of bringing in that change? And how is it going to lead us to different world views? How it is going to help us different cultures and different people and relate to them. So that is how I envisage this meaning making process through narratives that come from IDGs. Also, I would like to draw your attention to something which is basically incorporated in all our courses and curriculum, which is critical reflection. Now, with critical reflection comes a very important responsibility, that is to contextualize. Uh, I normally, when we teach critical reflection or critical awareness in the classroom, we normally do not think beyond our context. And the missing link is that how, our understanding of this critical reflection can be relatable to any person living in any part of the world. And developing an understanding of the world in the similar way as we are developing here in our country. So I think it also then deals with how we understand our historical understanding or historical consciousness, and how we design programs which could have cultural, historical power dynamics integrated in them, so that we are not taking a linear journey towards understanding sustainable development, but also thinking about those historical realities which have tried to shape our understanding of these goals. So that is how our subjects become phenomenal in teaching us how IDGs can be so very important for sustainable development goals. And then we have to engage with empathy and relationality, and also other centeredness. So, our centeredness, our origins are going to be very important for our individual goals. But then, when we think beyond the center, we also think about the peripheries and those areas which are less developed. For example, in AMI, my colleague was just telling us about how the language becomes a kind of tool for inequality. So that is all about how we can think in an other-centeredly way in order to develop a good understanding of where we are and where we are heading towards through these SDGs. And then we have education and its capacity building, which obviously is a major part of the humanities. And then cultural and contextual adaptation. Adaptation, I have already talked about adaptation, but here I would like to give you some examples of how IDGs are being incorporated in different curriculums around the world. In higher education, we have, these different examples and instances. For example, in Amsterdam, there are some universities who are, making their researchers align their work with SDGs, but alongside the consumption of their heritage and also the spatial justice and the language inclusion that can change the dynamics with which SDGs work. So what they are doing is that if they are talking about water, they are also talking about the belief systems, the cultural setup and the context of the people who are consuming that water. It makes them understand the problem in a better way, and also about the historical evolution of that region and landscape, which would bring behavioral changes in people. So those behavioral changes have become a part of their SDG goal to bring clean water. So this is how these two different, apparently two different fields are merged together. Also, Google, IKEA, Ericsson, all these companies are now using IDGs in their educational curricula for training of their staff, and how this training can make their agents agents better people to understand the human being first, and then the problems they face. So the focus is now first on the human beings and then the problems and the issues they face in the world. So, putting together, I believe that the humanities can cultivate inner capacities in a better way, and it can provide meaning, reflection, context, and empathy. And these interventions can bring in more robust, sustainable, relational, and cultures that align with the basic human existence. So that is all from my side, and I believe that these are some of the implications I have already talked about. And thank you very much for listening to me. And I would definitely want to have more opinion and observation and feedback from you about what I have just talked about.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nadia, for your thoughtful and intellectually stimulating presentation. Now, this concludes our featured speaker sessions for the day. We extend our sincere appreciation to all our speakers and attendees for their engagement and scholarly spirit. Thank you. We will now take a break for lunch from 1 to 2 p.m. Please remain connected as the academic program continues after the break.
Thank you very much.
check, check. 1, 2. Raza, Raza. फेडर को हिला जुला के देख, फेडर को जरा ऊपर नीचे करके फेडर को. हेलो 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 चेक. कम कम कर, कम ज़्यादा है. हेलो हेलो. फेडर सही है. तो ये माइक बंद क्यों हो रहा था? अच्छा, अब ज़रा खोल के रख 1 मिनट. हेलो 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 हेलो. 1 2 1 2 1 1. सही है. म्यूट कर दे बस. कि अब म्यूट भी नहीं कर, मैं यहीं से कर लूँगा.
कल 10:30 बजे। हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी। बिल्कुल क्लियर आ रही
क्लियर है?
है वेरी क्लियर मैं इसको थोड़ा सा सर योर ऑडियंस इज देयर
Okay, great.
इधर 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 करें मैं कंप्यूटर रखूंगी यस सर यू कैन स्टार्ट और कुछ रखने के लिए ऑडियंस को नहीं देना ओके स्टार्ट
Do this. Wait for the screen. Now can you hear me or I close the Zoom call?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes.
Sure. You ready, sir? Our computers are ready. And
Okay,
our
so,
audience is also ready.
so should I start?
Yeah.
Uh, the Still can't do it.
We can hear you, sir, here.
Good afternoon and welcome to this distinguished panel session of the International Conference of the Linguistics Association of Pakistan 2025, hosted by the Department of English Linguistics and Allied Studies at NED University. Today, the theme of this panel discussion, the shifting scope of linguistics, emerging trends and challenges for universities offering study and research programs. This truly reflects the remarkable transformation of linguistics from a structural study of language to an interdisciplinary enterprise connecting technology, education, sociology, and cognitive sciences. Today, this panel brings together leading linguists and academic leaders who will share perspectives on how universities can adapt to the new demands of linguistic study and research. So I would request Dr. Rahila to introduce and call upon the guests.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I'm Dr. Rahila Humanwar, Associate Professor at the Department of English Linguistics and Allied Studies, and it is my immense pleasure to introduce our distinguished panelists present today with us. So I would like to call you upon the stage as I introduce you. I would begin with Ms. Zahra Khan, Assistant Professor at Bahria University, Karachi, Specialist in Applied Linguistics and Teacher Education. Ms. Zahra. Dr. Sahiba Khatoon, Associate Professor and Director at Mehran University, Center of English Language and Linguistics, expert in technology integration and call. And she has joined us virtually over here. She's present with us. Welcome, Dr. Sahiba. Then I would like to call upon Mr. Wafa Mansoor Bariro, Assistant Professor at Sindh Madrasul Islam University, known for work in social linguistics and language documentation. Dr. Sumaira Umrani, Associate Professor at University of Sindh, Specialist in Language Teacher Education and Critical Pedagogy. Ms. Sayyeda Sara Junaid, Chairperson at Jinnah University for Women, renowned for curriculum innovation and academic leadership. Dr. Muntazar Mehdi, Assistant Professor and Head of English, UGS at Namal, Islamabad, and Chairman of the Linguistics Association of Pakistan, a prominent research strategist and administrator. Sir. So we look forward to your insightful conversation with the people over here today at this international forum. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Zahra Khan, may we begin with you. Please share your reflections on how theoretical and applied linguistics intersect in today's interdisciplinary world.
Thank you, Dr. Asmara, Professor Dr. Sajida Zaki, and the department for the kind invitation. Theoretical linguistics and applied linguistics do not merely intersect, but it's a complementary field. A theoretical linguistics builds the foundation, builds the structure in terms of meaning, usage, and applied linguistics is the practical implementation. Once we're talking about the applied linguistics, it's related to language teaching, computational models, speech therapy. Let me give you one example. If we are talking about syntax, syntax simply deals with studying the tree structures, but now it's linked with NLP. NLP, natural language processing, that is more practical and applied. Now we teach our students not the X-bar theory in isolation. We actually connect it with the foundation of. And what are the foundations? We're talking about the parsers. So theoretical linguistics and applied linguistics are both complementary fields. And because of theoretical foundation, it builds the more effective applied research.
That's really insightful overview. Thank you.
So my question is for Dr. Sahiba Khatun. So Doctor, you have long worked on technology-based pedagogy. We would like to hear your perspective on integrating computational linguistics and AI within our teaching and research. So how would you put light on it? Okay. Yeah, sure.
So while she's joining, may I have Mr. Wafa Mansoor, so we can have. So like given your focus on social linguistics, how do you see universities engaging communities and promoting linguistics equity?
First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Sajida for inviting me here, and as a proud alumnus of NED, it's a great, it's very, I'm an immense pleasure to be here. As you can see, I'm a bit overwhelmed. Ma'am, social linguistics is, I would say, one of the most transforming fields of branches of linguistics. The universities have played a major role. As you might have seen, we must have some people in audience today that have studied in an era when there was hardly any linguistics, or people used to think that linguistics is only about grammar, and the English literature was in vogue. Till that time, we saw that our local languages and local cultures were suffering. And once the linguistics was part of the academia, or part of the English departments, we have seen a great transformation. One of the things is I'm involved in documentation of the languages. I can assure you that a lot of projects are going on right now. Some of them are funded by HEC, some of them are funded by the other agencies, or some independent studies are also going on, in which there has been a lot of work on the local languages, indigenous ones. For example, I myself, in last 3 to 4 years, have had some students who have worked on Hindko language, Bushaski language, on Saraiki, on Punjabi. Hitherto, we haven't seen such trends, of developing. See, there was a phase when we were getting getting to know the linguistics. And now we are in a phase where we are applying the linguistics to develop what is local. Okay, and I think that's a great transformation. And this transformation, for the first time in history, I would say, in the history of English departments, it's coming from the universities. and not from any other, section of the society. Universities are the places. English departments are, linguistic departments are the places where the transformation is taking place. And I think still, we used to say that it's an open field, it's an open range. Despite so much work, a lot of work remains to be done. And I think the students who are sitting here, they have a great opportunity. 72 languages in Pakistan, most of them undocumented, most of them undiscovered. Most of the, I mean, we have seen so much research in English language, and yet a lot needs to be done. Now you can gauge how much can be done in the local languages as well. So you have an open range. I always tell my students that if you go to social linguistics, you have the whole country to yourself, and you could be the pioneering researchers in that. So, taking the lead of your seniors, of your teachers, learning a bit of basics of research, if you delve into that research, I think you can create a great body of work, and you could be the pioneering figures in your respective areas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very insightful. Okay, I have this question for Dr. Smera. As an experienced teacher educator, please share your view on how linguistic-based pedagogy can address the evolving needs of AI era and multilingual classrooms.
Is it working? Okay, I think this question can be divided into two parts. Basically, we need to first talk about how AI-informed pedagogies are currently working in ELT classrooms, and also we need to look at multilingualism separately. So I want to comment on the first part first. With the advent of AI, the ELT or language teaching pedagogies have been reshaped completely. So now we look at language teaching, language learning, and language use in entirely different way. We look at all these things with a different lens. We need to realize the needs of the learners according to what is happening around the world. So our classroom community, being a microcosm of the bigger technology-led world, is altogether different now. So looking at what is happening around the world, we have to look at the classrooms. We cannot fix our pedagogies, curriculum, classroom management with the traditional way or with the traditional model. Now you have to see how all these things have been integrated with IT. So we have started using information technology not only for our lesson planning or teaching within classroom, but also with assessment. So I think it's very interesting to look at the fact that how AI has become well integrated with what we are doing in classrooms and what we are doing after the classrooms. And with reference to what is happening, with regards to diversity in our classrooms is also important. We previously considered our learners just as a learner. Now, when a learner is in front of us, he's an individual, and not just an ordinary individual, but a complex individual coming from a background, coming from an identity, coming from a cultural and an individual personal baggage. So keeping in view all that, we launch ourselves as teachers in classroom, keeping in view the diversity, the diverse needs of the learners. But I would like to highlight here, as a teacher, we need to understand that somebody or the people in front of us are not ordinary human beings. Okay, so they come from different linguistic backgrounds, and keeping in view their linguistic repertoire, we have to prepare ourselves. The other day I was teaching one of the topics, multilingualism, in my issues in applied linguistics classroom, and we were talking about different cultures. One of the students said, I'm from Balochi background, and others said, I'm a Bravi background. And I said, okay, they are same. They minded it. They said, no, we are not same. We are different. So, keeping in view all these sensitivities and all these complexities we have as educators, as language educators, we have to prepare ourselves. And also, I want to also highlight, the offside or the flip side of the picture when we try to incorporate AI everywhere without realizing these differences, these multilingual differences. So over-reliance on AI also is problematic. So the world is looking at AI nowadays with the critical lens that we call critical AI literacy. So we as an educators look at the pros and cons of all these things as well. I think I'll talk more about it in the second round. Thank you.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Umrani, about the diverse learners and the diverse cultures that we have to keep in mind. Thank you so much.
Yes, really thought-provoking perspective. So, Ms. Sara, from your position as an academic leader, how do you see curriculum reform supporting innovation and interdisciplinarity in linguistics?
Okay, first of all, I want to say thanks to Professor Dr. Saida Zaki and her team for inviting me. It's an honor for me to be the part of this conference. As we are talking about the shift in linguistics, before discussing about innovation and disciplines, I want to discuss the basic foundation whenever we want to have the reform within the curriculum. And that is basically the direction. We should have the clarity that what is the direction that will be followed by the faculty members, by the students, and according to which we are going to reform our curriculum. Basically, by direction, I mean that we should be clear about our vision, because when we will be clear about a vision, then we can easily go for the strategic planning. We can set our goals and we can see how the curriculum is reformed. So having a clear vision and then working on it, first thing. When it comes to innovations, like my dear panelist has also discussed this thing that we should go for the new things. And I want to connect Dr. Shahid Siddiqui's session. I was listening to him yesterday, and he was also discussing about the changes that are there within research, within the domains of linguistics. So we should incorporate those domains of linguistics within our curriculum. For example, corpus linguistics, we are having forensic linguistics, and there is a research conducted by Neil and Tony, and according to the researchers, they have concluded that we should incorporate corpus linguistics pedagogy whenever we are teaching language to the learners. So it means that if we want to have innovation within our pedagogy, if we want to have innovation within our curriculum, then we should go for the inclusion according to the global trends. So first thing. Second thing, about the connection between the disciplines. I believe that the departments should collaborate with each other. Proper, strong collaboration should be there. This collaboration can be on the basis of the courses. This collaboration can be on the basis of research projects as well. We can have joint research projects in collaboration with the other departments like computer science, education, psychology. So we can have this kind of connection between the domains, between the, we can say, connection will be there. And when we are talking about the curriculum reform, I want to add one point, that is connecting the things with the real world. And when we are talking about the real world, then skills are there. The bridge between academia and industry. We should see that how the gaps that are there, how we can fill those gaps, what sort of skills are required by the industry, so we can work on those skills as well. So if we want to have the reform within curriculum, there is a need to have the proper vision. We should have innovation within the courses according to the global trends. Then we should connect the disciplines. We should connect the real world, the skills, industry, academia, and when we are talking about curriculum, we can never ignore research. Research is something crucial. Research always provides more knowledge. So, and obviously real world issues and those things are connected. So we should promote the culture of research as well. So if we are going to incorporate all of these things, then we can have a good reform within the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sara. So we have Dr. Sahiba with us. Dr. Sahiba Khatun, you have long worked on technology-based pedagogy. We would love to hear your perspective on integrating computational linguistics and AI within our teaching and research.
Thank you so much. I would first of all congratulate to Dr. Sajda Zaki for organizing such a wonderful conference and all the iClap organizers who have called such a huge audience and we people also. Thank you so much for that. Coming to the question, I believe that we are standing at a fascinating linguistic crossroad where language is no longer only taught or studied, but experienced through technology. Because nowadays we are dealing with the Z generation. Nowadays we are dealing with the people who are having gadgets in their hands. Nowadays we are dealing with the people who are, living with the technology. So this is not something which is out of the context, but it is very much into the context. So integrating computational linguistics and AI is not about aiding another course. It's about recoding the DNA of how we think, how we teach, and how we research language. So nowadays, language doesn't just live in books. It's not just a matter of words. It is very much into the data. It is very much into the applications. It is very much into the algorithms. It is nowadays very much into the gadgets which we are using. So our job as linguists, I think, is to make sure that technology continues to understand people. As Dr. Subera Umrani said, that it's about the culture, it's about the identity, it's about all the languages. So, yes, technology should continue to understand people, not only just the words. I think there are few practical, creative ways which universities of Pakistan can move forward. Like first, if I say that can be like we should start with small but smart. We don't need big labs. We do not need to establish now as we were having before audiolingual labs. It's now in our hands. We can start small AI generated labs that can be micro AI lab, like one motivated teacher, few curious students can create a micro AI lab exploring how tools like ChatGPT, as we all are aware about it, and we are being using this also, like ChatGPT, Google Colab, or open resource linguistic software can analyze real life language data, as Madam already said about it. Innovation, I believe, often begins with what's already we have on our desk. Second, let's teach with technology, not just about technology. For instance, a syntax class could use an AI model to test how machines process sentence structures. In sociolinguistics, for example, students could analyze online discourse or code switching on social media. AI becomes a learning partner nowadays, not a threat, not a challenge. Third, we uh, we must localize our innovation instead of only using imported data sets. We can build our own Karpora in Urdu, in Sindhi, in Dhaki, in Pashto, in Balochi, in our regional languages. So we have to localize that Karpora. Our research must reflect our linguistic realities, whatever we are living with. This is where Pakistani universities, I think, can actually lead the global conversation by feeding local voices into global systems. Last but not the least, and that is very much important, I think, that is the collaboration, which is already mentioned in this discussion. That collaboration with the or the partnership with the departments like computer science, like digital humanities scholars can work with this, or even creative industries can bring fresh energy into these programs. So collaboration costs nothing; it multiplies ideas. And integrating AI into linguistics is not a technical move. I think it's just a mindset shift. It's about turning our classrooms into spaces of exploration where students see language not just as something to study, but as something to build with. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saiba, for such insightful discussion about collaboration as a key point and the AI integration as a mindset. That's amazing. So I would now like Dr. Muntazar Mehdi. Sir, you both as administrator and researcher, would you please like to share your perspective on fostering research culture and strategic collaboration in linguistics departments?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. First of all, I will welcome you all to the iClap. And then I would like to congratulate Dr. Sajda and the team. MashaAllah, she's got a wonderful team. Or the organizers and the students, everybody is working. So she's kind of a converging force, like the way I saw here in a few hours. So Dr. Sabha, congratulations. It's a wonderful conference, well organized. So your students, they're going to not only learn how you organized conference, but they will also try to organize such conferences, such events, the ones they are going to contribute to the national interest. Secondly, actually this discussion I think is for the students also, the ones sitting in front of us. They're not aware that they are very much visible to all of us, at least to me. I can see everybody what you are doing. So please try to listen to us also, because this discussion is actually for you. The talk that is going on here, I mean, Dr. Sajda and the rest of the people, they all know it well. So we are not going to repeat it for them, but it is actually for you people. And I would recommend that once this first half is over, the students, they should ask us questions out of what we are talking to you. The third point, before I answer your question, I would like to say that right now in the world, there are three problems. There are three major problems, and you have to see which problem you are suffering from. Number one, there are many people who have no work. Number two, there are many work, they have no people for them. I mean, they're looking for people and they don't find people. And number three, the people who have been selected for some kind of work, they don't know how to do that work. So these are the three major issues basically right now. So if we can solve these three issues, then definitely it means we are doing something amazing for this. Coming to this point, actually, your question, it has a very longer type of answer. Research, linguistics, language, than universities. Frankly speaking, when we were students, I tell you, if we had to get one photocopy, first we would find out the book, then we would find a bus, we'd go to some place where there was a photostat machine, where we would get it copied, come back, return the book and read that page. And look, now you are at the age where there's one screenshot is sufficient for that and you can get things done in no time. So that actually is the shift from us to you. Now, looking at language, basically language exists in every sphere of life. I mean, whether you are sitting, you are using laptops, you are using mobile phones, you are sitting in a bus, you get a bus ticket, everywhere you find language. Secondly, language is not only where we are studying language, but language is also where you are not actually studying language, you are studying science subjects, you are even studying mathematics. How all this is actually communicated through language. Now, language actually entails a lot of stuff. When you read something, when you speak something, for example, the lexical choices. Secondly, for example, the structure, what we call syntax, and morphological aspects, so on and so forth. But another important thing that language entails is that the language you are using, what actually it means. What are different themes that exist in that language? Now, when we look at all these aspects, we need to carry out research. But before we carry out research on any aspect of language, we have to see what good it is going to do to the society or to the nation. I mean, all of you use language, you speak language, you listen to language, you read language, you write language. I mean, when you're writing a short story, actually, if you have read about, what's his name, Gulliver's Travels, I mean, how many of you have read it? वो तालियां बजाएं जिन्होंने पढ़ा है. Okay, आप देखिए in Gulliver's Travels, what is happening? The critics, they say that Jonathan Swift has whipped humanity actually. आप ये बुलबुले ड्रामा देखते हैं ना, you all laugh at, actually it's not a matter of laugh. Look at the language that is being used over there. It's a story of a girl, today's girl, the one who is educated and she's unable to find a sensible husband. It's a story of Mr. Mahmood, a boy or a person of the day who has no life, but wherever money is, he goes there. It's a matter of that lady, basically, today's lady. So basically, there is a big message in that, for example, drama, the story and the language of that drama. So basically, as far as languages are concerned, basically, they have a lot of scope to carry out research, but then we have to actually figure out what we have to do and how that research in these universities is going to help students, teachers, university, and the nation at large. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muntazir. To continue with this, I would ask again Ms. Zara about, like, I want my students to know more about it, like how these foundational areas, courses like semantics, phonology, in today's world remain relevant in an increasingly interdisciplinary and technologically driven world.
Thank you, Asmara, for the thought-provoking question. When we are talking about the syntax, the sentence structure, semantics, meaning, phonetics and phonology, dealings with the sound patterns, they are not relics. They are the silent architect of every AI models, every AI apps, every voice system, voice assistant. So the question is not if they remain relevant, the question is how we make them visible with respect to our work. Let's give you an example, like for example, syntax. Machine translates, parses sentences, but without syntactic awareness, machine may provide you the false answer. So syntactic information or syntactic analysis is important. Additionally, when we are talking about sound system, phonetics and phonology, with respect to phonological awareness, so there is, when you're talking about in the world of Siri, Alexa, Google Assistant, so what we call about phonological awareness, syntactic patterns and phonological awareness both play an important role. So for that, without the AI models, without the theoretical grounds, we are unable to provide the practical applications. Additionally, the third point, semantics, that deals with meaning. So once you're talking about, you cannot understand and interpret meanings, machine only replicate forms. So understanding, interpreting, analyzing is profoundly human. So though the world is changing, so we can say that the theoretical linguistics only change its form. With respect to the theoretical grounds, you may be able to do the good effective research and practical research. So theoretical grounding is helpful in terms of doing effective practical research.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zara. Very insightful. Anybody would like to add here to Ms. Zara's point? Our panelists? Sure. Okay, then I'll go to my next question. Dr. Sahiba, so this is for you. You have already told us about, and this is very important, that AI is a mindset and collaboration is the key. And we have to move forward in this direction. But there are certain challenges, and those are the resource constraints that our universities see and face. So what practical steps can Pakistani universities take to integrate computational linguistics and AI tools into teaching and research? to overcome these challenges and resource constraints.
Thank you so much. I think the real question is not whether we can afford AI integration or not. It's how creatively we can do it. This is something which we have to think and we have to explore and then we have to work for. Even with limited budgets, even with many challenges, we can make powerful moves, I believe. We can start by building micro, as I already said, that micro AI hubs that can start with any application, that can be multiple AI tools which are available, would be used. The thing is that we must have that in our mind that we have to do it. There should be something in our mind, the plan should be there, which should be executed accordingly. So small student groups using free open source tools like NCOG, Python, notebooks can be used for text analysis. If we talk about the faculty can learn together through short online certifications, collaborations, which is actually is the real resource. Nowadays, HEC is offering so many courses. Our Higher Education Commission is offering so many programs which are helping us to learn about how should we integrate technology into our context. So keeping in our mind the challenges, keeping in our mind the context where we are living or we are working, we can do according to that. We can find out different, strategies to move with and then work for that. We can also partner within our own universities like linguistics, working with computer science, as we already discussed about it, that students to design simple chatbots which should be related or which should be according to our regional languages. So we would be living with the technology accordingly as we are planning for. So we can design simple chatbots in our languages, like in Urdu English, and then Urdu English Karpura can be made. The cost almost is nothing, but just sparks innovation. And I would say that let's create a culture where experimentation is valued more than perfection. If we just keep in our mind that these are the hurdles or these are the challenges, we cannot do anything. But we have to think beyond that. We should not we should not think about the perfection. We just value the experimentation and then work for something which is supposed to be. So once curiosity becomes part of, I think, our classrooms, AI integration stops being a challenge. It becomes a natural evaluation of how we teach language. So I would say that we must not, lose human in this digital transformation. Technology can analyze text, but it cannot feel context. It cannot have emotion. It cannot have that background of culture. That is what we can do. So our students need both, of course, computational skills as well as critical empathy. So we have to work according to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saiba. Very motivating and positive aspect. I would like to ask Mr. Wafa, like you already talked about that you are going through some different projects on endangered languages related to social linguistics aspect. But how can social linguistics research be applied to promote language equity and community engagement within multilingual educational context?
I think before I move towards answering this question, I would like to ask the students present here if they know anything about language equity. Well, let me read the definition to you and then create a situation for you to actually ask yourself, where do we stand as a society, linguistically speaking? Well, language equity is the principle of ensuring fair and just treatment for all languages and their speakers, guaranteeing equal access to information, resources, and opportunities regardless of a person's language, proficiency, or preference. Now, let me ask you, I earlier in my answer said there are around 72 to 73 languages spoken in Pakistan. Well, it's a different story how many of them are documented, how many of them get the resources or not. According to the perspective of, from the perspective of linguistic equity, language equity, how many, I mean, it's very unfortunate to tell that our 78 years after independence, we still fail as a nation to create one language policy. We do not have language policy yet. And if you go around, I mean, if I give you an example of Karachi, I'm sure many of you come from different areas of Karachi. You look at the billboards, you look at the linguistic landscape of the city. How many languages do you see written on the billboards, written on the signboards? Hardly two. Okay, in some spaces, in some limited spaces, you might see some Sindhi, some Pashto, okay, but it's majorly English and Urdu. Are these the two languages spoken in the city only? No. No, right? And if you talk about the whole country, how many language centers have you seen for, let's say, Saraiki or Pashto or Balochi or... Now, it's highly unfair, it's highly unjust. The government does not work for the development of any languages. It works for Urdu at most, for English, okay? But you don't see any institutional support for other languages. Now, this is where the role of linguistic departments become very central, pertinent, right? I'll give you two examples how the individual efforts have, started a chain of transformation. First, and since I have worked on it, it's language in the northern areas of Pakistan. It's called Torwali. Now, Torwali is a language spoken by a few hundred or few thousand people. It was almost a dead language, but what its speakers did was they took an initiative, they started to research on it, and in their very area, what they've done is they have, they have installed billboards, signboards in Torwali, Urdu, and English. So they have made a kind of linguistic inclusive atmosphere over there. Sindhi language, for example, institutions were not created by the government but by the individuals. Some responsible individuals took an initiative, then the governments come and they might support or not support, but at least there were some people who took initiative. And the same is being seen in Punjab nowadays. I'm sure from GCU Faisalabad, there are some professors who have been working on digitalization of Punjabi language. Again, it's the linguistics departments who have been working on that. Okay, I think that's a role model for all of us to actually take an initiative for all languages. No matter what language you speak, you can come up with a project, speak to your supervisor, apply the theories that you're learning in your department as part of your course, and benefit your own community on that. And let's, it all starts with a discussion. It all starts, I think we are having this panel discussion partly because we want to start the discourses. We want to create narratives that might materialize into, the future. And I do not see, I do not want to see a Pakistan which is not inclusive. This narrative of one country, one language, one religion has not really done us a good thing. Okay, so I think we should respect all the languages, no matter, so since we are talking about linguistic equity, I think equity means that everybody should get and must get a fair treatment, no matter where they come from. And I think that is the only way forward to build a better and a stronger Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wafa. So amazing. And I would now take your talk a little bit forward, and I would like Dr. Sumaira Umrani's input into the same kind of conversation that, like, What do you see that how at policy level or at the departmental or institutional levels, language teacher education can be directed in a way that we train them to introduce and prepare for multilingual and multicultural and AI mediated classrooms? Because if we have to, cater to diverse audience, then how our teachers are prepared or should be prepared for this kind of diverse audience and multilingual, multicultural platforms?
Thank you for bringing this issue, which is very close to my heart, that is teacher education. Or we call it teacher learning or teachers' professional development or teachers' continuous professional development. I think we need to first highlight the significance of teacher development. I really don't see we all are very concerned about if we are continuously developing or not. So we all language educators or any teacher present here, we first need to ask ourselves, am I continuously growing or not? Or we have just, received our PhD 10 years back and we have stopped learning there and then. So we educators, number one, we need to realize that we need to grow no matter what. And every day we should take up this task of teaching, not only delivering something, but also taking something in, which is learning on our part. Now, in order to be responding to the current needs of the classroom, as we have already highlighted, the AI-mediated classrooms or the multilingual classroom or the diverse classroom, how ready we are. For that, I think the concept of one size does not fit all really needs to be reminded us of. We as language educators need to look into ourselves and see where do we want to grow. I want to talk about, there are three different models of teacher education. Model number one says, which is we popularly known as the imitation model. In imitation model, you imitate the teacher who is a better teacher than you. So you idealize them, you try to copy them, and you apply the same techniques and the curriculum strategies and the assessment strategies in your classroom. That's the traditional model or the oldest model. Then we have got the second model, which is more research-based, what is happening around the world based on research. So we offer different kind of trainings. And then in this sector, we have pre and post trainings. We produce B.Eds and M.Eds. So all are based on this model. The third model is known as the reflective model. So you basically look into yourself almost on daily basis and ask yourself, am I growing? And where I need to grow. So here, this comes the concept of one size does not fit all. So where I need to grow, I need to look into my needs and also look into the needs of the classroom and only, step by step take, those phases of my growth and then realize, okay, first training I need to take on, for example, on classroom management. Then once you have acquired that, achieved that kind of phase, then go towards more how my classroom looks like. If it is diverse, what are the needs of the diversity? And then I need to prepare myself on that. And then at the third step, you realize, okay, now the assessment has taken a different ground. I need to work on how I need to assess my learner, keeping in view the realities of the classroom. And then I need to grow on that. So I should better train myself, either adopting any of these three models or maybe looking into something new which is currently being preached and practiced in the world. So I think there's a lot to talk about it, but then I believe in taking more strategic steps rather than jumping into everything towards the teacher growth or teacher development. Thank you.
That's an amazing response.
All right, Ms. Sara, I would like to ask, as an academic leader, what strategic steps can university take to redesign linguistics curricula so they remain globally competitive yet locally relevant in today's changing world?
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. It's really interesting. Two of the sections are there within the question. First, it's about global. Second, is about local. When it comes to globally competitive curriculum, the way we have discussed that new courses and global trends should be included within the curriculum. But one thing that I want to add is that we have to include those things in a way that the theoretical foundations would be retained. Like we are having the courses like semantics and syntax and phonology, those backgrounds, those things should be there. Along with this, the new global trends should be the part of the curriculum. When it comes to local, when we are using the term locally relevant, then culture is there. When we are talking about culture, then we are having languages. And when we are having languages, it means that like the way my dear panelists were also discussing, that there are multiple languages within our country. But when it comes to the use, we are not actually using those languages properly. So I believe that we should promote the use of those languages. We should arrange different kind of events, and for example, like this conference, we can give different types of projects to the students in which they are working on translation, in which they are working on the phonological patterns of a particular language, so they can promote those languages as well. So when it comes to the locally relevant curriculum, your culture, your languages, these things are always connected. And as we are talking about academic leadership, I want to add one point that along with this thing, we can say that freedom to some extent and open door policy should also be there. So people can come up with their ideas, the faculty and all, they can come up with the suggestions, and then we can have the changes accordingly as well, because they know what sort of challenges are faced by the students. They are the part of those particular classes as well. One more thing, when we are talking about these changes and all, like my dear panelist was discussing, that faculty development programs and trainings, these things should be there. Because our teachers are basically the leaders. They are training our students. So their training should be there, so everything would be aligned. Whatever vision is there, that vision can be translated into actions. So faculty development programs, trainings, we can also have exchange programs as well. That things can be focused by universities. And being the leader, I think it's the responsibility, like proper negotiation with the management, with the deans, and with the people who are connected with different offices like Corec, JUPIC and all. We can have the discussions in order to have changes within the policies, in order to see how the funding can be there, in order to see how we can work on the infrastructure. So it means that if we are talking about academic leadership, if we are talking about the strategies, it's not just about one department or one thing. Everyone is connected. It's about the management, the support of the institution, and together as a team, then we work for the reformation of the curriculum. And then we can, and one of the studies also there, that 57% of good curriculum depends on strong leadership. So it depends how the vision is translated into actions, and how people are understanding those directions, and how different steps are taken to promote your culture as well, along with focusing the global trends. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sara. That was a really insightful contribution. Dr. Mehdi, I have this question for you, that now we are talking about global higher education, and LAB is one platform that is striving for global higher education and internationalization. So what do you see as a vision, being president for LAB, that how can you foster more research, culture, and internationalization for academia in Pakistan?
Ji, thank you so much. Again, it's a very good question. Basically, as a forum, Linguistic Association of Pakistan, we can simply sensitize, our students, we can sensitize our teachers, what their actually responsibilities are. Secondly, annually we hold an international conference where we have dialogue, we ask researchers to come forward, and present their researches. Thirdly, we can have certain dialogues where we can talk about the important issues that need to be discussed and further highlighted. So basically, as LAP, since it's, excuse me, it's a national organization, and all the professors working with LAP, I mean, they are working voluntarily. They are not having any pays, like Dr. Saida being vice chairperson of LAP. She's the head of department at the same time, so when she spares some time, she works for LAP as well. Now, what actually we are doing is, we are having these conferences, and soon we are publishing a book, inshallah, in collaboration with Oxford University Press, most probably. It's on language policy and language planning. We have almost done the major work on it. So this is what actually lab can do. Now coming to the point of globalizing, for example, I would suggest again, I mean, the students sitting in front of me in the front rows as well as in the last rows. So you see, globally, we are basically, we need to accept it also. We are the third world country. We always use the used clothes. We all, not always, most of us. Most of us, we use the used mobile phones. Most of us, we use the used books. We use the used curriculum. So we are actually in habit of these things. And when we are using, for example, mobile phones or any other gadgets, what we are doing? We are wasting time. I mean, our students, they need to see, while we are using mobile phones, what is the output of that? What is the output? मैंने एक हदीस में पढ़ा था कि do not talk to people too much. You will lose your respect. People will have courage to talk to you otherwise. So what then they should do with this mobile phone? I hope you know Nelson Mandela. Those who know, वो ज़रा तालियां बजा दें. That's good. He was not a linguist, right? He was an activist. So what he did, but he was a linguist at the same time. I mean, most of you know, he said, okay, when you speak to, I would like to talk about Mr. Wafa, what you were saying basically, linguistic landscape. He says that when you speak to me in the language I can understand, it goes straight away into my mind. But when you speak to me in a language, that is my language, that is mother tongue, it goes straight away into my heart. Now, actually the question is, why we are away from our own languages and why we are conducting research only on English all the time, right? So my message to the students is, please try to globalize the local. In Sindhi, for example, if I talk about particularly about Sindhi, Sindh and Balochistan, forget about KP, forget about Punjab and Kashmir and GB. We've got a lot of very good stories. Or those who have watched, I mean, old dramas, you might see, जैसे मारवी एक ड्रामा था बहुत अच्छा रहा. I mean, they are very good stories. आप में से हैरी पॉटर किसने पढ़ा है? It's actually called political economy. You know, the writer is a billionaire. How many times it has been published? And there are films, once they are watched and they are seen, people are earning money. So our youth, actually, the first message for all of you is that if you have your own story, right, you can write it in your language as well as you can translate that, simply put it on Facebook. And you see the reaction on that. Basically, we are not producing something which is very much relevant. We are actually, since we are using the used things, so therefore we are unable to present something new. All the theorists, how many of the students sitting here who are MPhil, by the way, yeah, doing MPhil, raat khada karenge? You will be using certain theories. Did you ever think, why you use a theoretical framework? Why don't you make a theoretical framework? And I know many people who have done MPhil and PhD, they want to kill that person who introduced theoretical framework in research. But actually, there is no research without it. If you're doing deductive research, you have to have, what is it again? We are using the used research. I mean, what we do, we are doing it. Let me explain. हम रिसर्च में ये कर रहे हैं कि मिस्टर एडमिन मार्टिन ने जो बात की है ना, वो मेरे मुल्क में भी साबित हो गई है. ठीक है, why? why it is right? Why don't you extend that theory, for example? We need to move towards newness. We need to write our own narratives. If you can't get it published anywhere, just put it on your, so we can basically globalize our local stories. Another important point, because we are talking about, Dr. Saiba Khatun talked about it and Madam Sumaira also talked about it. जो हम बात कर रहे हैं बार बार digitization, AI in language. Let me tell you, dear students, if you, computers will never replace people. But those people who know computer will replace those who do not know computers. That is the message for you people. Now, you need to understand, you cannot be the expert in using these, digital apps. हमें तो सिर्फ Google की बनाई ऐप समझ में नहीं आ रही. वो जो IDF पत्नी क्या है, Colab है, Gemini and all that. We need to learn these things in our spare time. If you want to do something, and I tell you, इस बात को पल्ले बांध लें, after 10 years, after 15 years, those who are sitting in the last rows, they'll be sitting in the front rows. And they'll be organizing these kind of events. They'll be talking about languages if they're not doing any kind of business. Basically, we need to understand what our responsibility is in the current times, what we are going to do in future. I was really happy, देखें, Dr. Saida ने उस वक्त MPhil और PhD कर लिया था जब लोगों को MPhil PhD का नाम ही नहीं आता था. And today she's enjoying. I mean, she is surrounded by MPhils and PhDs all the time. Why? Because she, at that time, she thought what she is supposed to do. हम हमेशा वहाँ प्लॉट लेते हैं जहाँ घर बन चुके हों, वहाँ प्लॉट खरीदें जहाँ कोई घर ना हो. That shows your vision. That shows how you are going to proceed further. Another aspect that was discussed by the panelists, languages, syntax of language. आप देखिए, how many of you know what is your native language, for example, whatever it is, just think of it and tell me any 5 regular verbs of that language. We don't know because we have never thought of it. अगर हमारी ज़बान बरावी है, सिंधी है, बलोची है, we speak Urdu or we speak English? Yes, you have to, because you're doing these higher education in English, but at the same time, you need to know what your own languages are. Phonologically, आप देखिए मसलन सिंधी स्पीकर्स हैं, वो स्कूल को स्कूल बोल देते हैं, वो MA को MA बोल देते हैं, और जो सिंधी नहीं है, they start laughing. Why? You are stupid. You don't know what phonological variation is. Their native language is Sindhi. Their vocal cords are Sindhi. So they have to speak English in the same accent, definitely. So when you start laughing, when you start making fun of it, in the academic world, it is called linguicism. When you make fun of somebody's language or culture. Similarly, there is another term, वो जो मैंने आपसे बात की ना, उतारे हुए कपड़े हमेशा हम पहनते हैं, हम उतारे हुए terms भी use करते हैं. We don't have our own terms. देखिए, there is another term these days. I'm conducting, one of my students is doing research on this linguicism in Pakistan, where we have found out that it's not only English, which is the colonial language, it is also the Urdu, which is colonial language. But we will not accept it. You will say, what are you talking about? Yes, it is. This is right. It's happening. So there is another term I tell you. वो उसे कहते हैं sizeism. तुम छोटे हो, तुम मोटे हो, तुम पतले हो, तुम ऐसे. What is it? This is sizeism basically, right? So basically, as students, as researchers, you need to understand these things. What are different aspects of languages, interlanguages, for example? You need to understand that as well. So basically, I was trying to answer.
Thank you so much, sir.
Person.
Thank you so much.
Just last point. In languages, there is only one thing which humans do. AI can never do it. And that is real-time adaptation. Right now, I am talking to you. मैं बड़े प्यार से बात कर रहा हूँ आपसे. But the moment I see somebody who I hate, I'll start fuming with anger. AI cannot do this thing. So you need to go to AI, but the importance of English right now has gone up. English was never important as it is important these days. AI can give you language, but humans can tell whether this language is right or not. जैसे आप देखें, एक बंदे ने लिखा था कि मैं रात को चैन से नहीं सो सका, translate into English. तो गूगल ने लिखा था कि you could not sleep in China last night. Thank you.
Thank you, our respected panelists. And it was a really insightful and amazing session, and we got to learn so much from you. I'm sure students have really enjoyed the session too, and they might have taken very important notes from the discussion. We are running short of time, so we'll not have a question answer session, but our panelists are here, so students can get hold of your panelist and you can ask personal questions, like the session related questions later on. So thank you so much. For now, I would like to invite the chairperson, Department of English Linguistics and Allied Studies, and the conference convener for 11th International ICLAP 2025 on the stage for the presentation of the souvenirs. Okay, Dr. Sahiba Khatun is not with us, but thank you so much. So I would first like to invite Dr. Sumaira Umrani to receive her souvenir. I would now like to invite Ms. Sayeda Sara Junaid to receive the souvenir.
Okay, let me call Dr. Muntazir Mehndi. Please come on the stage to receive the souvenir. Now, I would request Mr. Wafa Mansoor to please receive your souvenir. Now, I would request Ms. Zara Khan to come on the stage to receive the souvenir.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. We are now moving towards our last session of day 2, that is a workshop which talks about global Englishes most specifically. And the presenter of our today's workshop is Dr. Muhammad Ali Khan. Dr. Muhammad Ali Khan is a professor of English at the Community College of Philadelphia. He holds a PhD in applied linguistics from Lancaster University, UK. He is a 2-time Fulbright Scholar Award recipient. He has led international projects on English medium instruction and competency-based education across Pakistan, the US, and Africa. Over to you, sir.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So thank you for the introduction and congratulations for the successful conference that you are having. और ये बड़ी खुशी की बात है कि आज मैंने प्रोफेसर मुंतज़िर मेहदी साहब को भी सुना. I talked to him in US one time and I never spoke to him in person. So let's get started. मुझे ये नहीं मालूम कि इस वक्त ऑडिटोरियम में how many people are sitting around. Are people sitting apart from each other because I want them to come closer? If they're sitting, my request to all my attendees here, if they can come closer, I would appreciate it. Thank you. I could see that thank you for your cooperation. Yeah, that's a good view. I can see people now coming closer. Thank you. I know it's a long day.
Hello. Everyone, please come closer. Everyone, please come forward.
Thank you.
Master's students, I would like you to come forward this side here. Master's students are sitting, here. Please come forward. Everyone, volunteers, everyone, you are required to take your seat. Master's students, you all are also coming here. Okay, now sir, over to you, sir.
All right. Can anybody read out the title of my workshop? Can any attendee in the conference can read out the title?
Gupshup to Wa, celebrating global voices in Tisol.
That's wonderful. Great reading. So there is little English in here, Gupshup to Wah. and then come celebrating. Oh, this wa has a lot of meanings, and you all know that. So as I've been introduced, my name is Muhammad Ali Khan. This workshop is a joint effort of the people whose name are written here. The content creators are Henry from Madagascar, Dr. Malak Bouasha from Algeria. These are the two content creators, and people who supported me from NAD University is Ms. Mahwish Arif and Dr. Muhammad Asim Khan. So I'm grateful to the entire team, and this workshop can be as global as anyone can be. You can see Madagascar, Algeria, United States of America from where I'm talking to you, and my NAD colleagues, Dr. Asim Khan and Mahwish Arif. Hopefully, your participation will make it a great experience for all of us. I requested Dr. Asim to provide you with sticky notes. I believe you have the sticky notes with you. Do you have the sticky notes?
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, Dr. Khan. The sticky notes are with me and with Ms. Mavish. Just let us know how to distribute. Do you want us
Two
to
sticky
distribute?
note per person, please.
Okay. Okay.
So you got the sticky notes, right? Everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you all are ready, then I will show you a question on the screen, and your job is to write the answer for that question, two questions, and then share with the person sitting next to you. So let me show you the first question. Please just write the answer. The first warm-up question is, who do you think your students are really communicating with when they speak English? Native speakers or other English speakers? Who do you think your students are really communicating with when they speak English? Native speakers or other English users like themselves? Should I move on?
Are we done with
Question.
question one? Yes, sir.
Okay. This is the second question. Do you think English should sound the same everywhere? Or is it okay if people speak it differently in different countries? That's it. Have you written the answers? Can I hear some of these? Your name and the answers that you have written. Yeah? Do you want me to go back to the warm-up questions? This is the second one. Do you think English should sound the same everywhere, or is it okay if people speak it differently in different countries? Oh, I need some volunteers. Yes, go ahead. Who is this?
Yes, sir. People have written down the answers on their sticky notes.
Can they volunteer with me? Can they read out a few answers?
Can anyone share? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I will collectively answer the two questions. So the second one first is that there is a standard pronunciation, obviously. But if I look at the world Englishes, then pronunciation, it really depends on whom you are talking to. And then that connects it with the first question, that if I look at the social cultural point of view of my students, the way they talk to each other, so it's mostly among themselves. And they're not talking to any native speaker. So again, world English's point of view, standard pronunciation definitely matters, received pronunciation. But again, world English's point of view, different pronunciation can suffice unless or until you cannot understand what the other person is saying.
MashaAllah. Very good. Very well informed with a good example and a specific example that you've given. Wonderful. Anybody
Thank you.
else?
Anybody else? Anybody else who would like to volunteer? Yeah, you?
Sir, I believe that it's better to speak. It's okay to speak it indifferently in different countries because every country has different vocal trainings and different pronunciation styles and different geographies. So it's better to speak in their own native style. But it is also important that they should keep that standard pronunciation of the word. So it's better. I will go with the second one. That it's better to speak differently in different countries.
MashaAllah. Very nice. Very, very nice. The workshop is over. Finish. Go home. छुट्टी हो गई. Okay. So by the end of this workshop, so as the first speaker in our workshop today, she talked about world Englishes and standard pronunciation and variation. When you finish this workshop in an hour's time, you will know the difference between traditional ELT and GELT, Global English Language Teaching. So it's a new field of scholarship which comes after world Englishes. So this workshop is about gupshup, and it's about wah, and then global voices. So when you finish this workshop, you will know the differences between traditional ELT and GELT, Global English Language Testing, the norms and pedagogy and everything. Second thing that you will know is you will know the scope of global Englishes. Why scope means it is connected to everyday or it is connected to legal languages. Is it connected to testing? So you will know the scope as well. And then if time permits, we will implement GELT in a classroom situation in Pakistan. So the outline, my colleague Malak has divided into three. So this workshop has three components, which she calls sessions. So she says session 1, 30 minutes overview, warm up. We have already done it. Wonderful. With a good response from the audience. Both the speakers were, wow, wonderful. And they have woken me up, really. It's 6 o'clock morning in Philadelphia, but the responses really woke me up. Thank you for both the first two speakers. So, yeah, session 1 overview is divided into warm-up and traditional ELT versus GELT. And then session 2 is a framework, which Professor Mehdi was talking about, Nazariyati Dhancha. So global English's framework, where is it coming from? What other people think? What is that framework? We'll talk about that. Ali's got a headache. My second name is Ali. My colleague Malak was saying, I thought you were talking about your headache. I said, no, it's a different Ali. So session 2 is again 30 minutes and session 3 is 30 minutes, but session 3 is global English is in action. I mean, where is it being taught? What programs? I want to know exactly. And what will be the shape of global English is, oh, this is important. I want to say a few more words. So if somebody coming in and talking about GELT, Global English Language Teaching, what will be the impact? The impact will be in billions of, not dollars, billions of Pakistani rupees. Or the game will change. People will not be buying expensive books in Pakistan, expensive books from Cambridge and Oxford. So this is something that's going to change and help millions of people in Pakistan. If you guys go ahead and start, first of all, you have to understand the concept. Where is it coming from? My second speaker today in the conference, this young man, he was so right that people in different countries should speak differently. So he was bringing in identity issues. That's why I said these two speakers woke me up. Session 1. So for traditional ELT versus GLT, there will be a Kahoot game. Do you have your cell phones with you? Do you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, wait a minute. Okay. Hopefully you can see my screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Gupshup to Global Voices. You can join it. The pin kahoot.it and game pin is 93993. Okay, somebody Mac, Muhammad Ali Khan. Okay. This is not me. Okay, the first student, second, Labika is there, Ayman is there. Okay, students are joining it. Oh, wow. So a lot of students sitting here. Not a student, everybody. I should not assume only students are sitting here. Dr. Asim, let me know when to start, okay?
Dr. Ali, the internet is taking a little while, so students
Fine.
are still joining.
Fine, it's okay. I'll wait. Sabr. A little bit of Arabic also. Oh, wow, that's a good number of people sitting there. Okay. On this Kahoot, 75 can join. That's the max number is 75, I guess. Yes.
Dr. Ali, we can start now.
Thank you. Oh, Gupshup to Global Voices. It's a 10 point. Who are you preparing your students to communicate with? Native English speakers only, inner circle speakers, all English users, British and American. Wow. The professors are teaching so well. NAD, I'm impressed. Wow. This student is on top. ISS. Okay. True or false? A good English teacher must sound like a native speaker. And I'm interested in this one. Who is this? This is my favorite, the blue one. Oh, somebody else came up. Usaira Asad. Okay, good luck. Pakistani English and Indian English are incorrect forms of English. My team is getting bigger. You see the blue one, my side. I'm getting stronger. Usaira is saying that I'm gonna win it and I will not let anybody pass. Wake up. What should be the main goal of English learning in ELT? Native like proficiency, imitation of native speaker, communicated competence, flawless, beautiful accent. Please clap now. Everybody got it. Whoa. We need to appreciate people. We need to do that. This is amazing. Azaz is on fire. Whoa. Using words like time pass or side heroine shows the creativity of English in local context. I'll move on. In global English language teaching, other languages in the classroom are seen as resource interference, distraction, error. Wow. Yeah. I'm not flattering, mashallah. You all are so talented. So talented. Whoa. So talented. 5,407. When somebody's coming very close, 5,401. 5,000. Whoa, this is Pakistan. My goodness. Only textbooks from native speaking countries are authentic. When everybody gets right, we clap. Man, the the Oxford and Cambridge universities will be very angry with me. They have never invited me, that's why. So, man, this is the man who's working against us. What is more important in global English's classroom? Accuracy and grammar, intelligibility and clarity, prescriptive pronunciation, British accent mastery. Be careful on this one. I am now, oh my God. Did your professor show my quizzes to you before the session?
Dr. Ali, there is a course, Global English and Spread of Language, World Englishes, and this is by no one else but Dr. Sajda.
No,
She's been
my quiz was leaked. Sorry.
actually they read the book and they attended all the lectures from Dr. Sajda.
But this is impressive. This is impressive. Mashallah, mashallah. Okay, next. Okay. Oh, this is changing. People are coming up and down. Non-native teachers can be excellent models of English. Oh, wow. So I will have a cup of tea with the person who is red, okay? Virtual
Ali,
coffee.
Dr.
Yes.
Ali, Dr.
Yes.
Sajda just said to me that she's interested in this data. The 1%.
Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. I will share, sure. Okay. Which classroom statement best reflects a global English's mindset? Only English, we should sound British, avoid local expression, or let's explore how we say this in our own English. Oh, amazing. Third in this competition, Yusra Asad is third with 9,000 something. And who is JS? Wow, second. And the first one is Azaz. Clap for it.
So this is Azaz.
Okay. Who?
Can you see him? Yeah, he's standing up there.
Wow.
The cameraman can focus. Cameraman, please focus on Azaz. Can you see him now?
Oh, Azaz, hello. I can see that. Wonderful. Can you see my screen again? Yeah?
Yes.
So we're looking at traditional ELT versus GLT. Dr. Malak also think that we should do this one as well. So get ready for one more, and then we finish our first session. Okay. So I'll again share it. Okay, so this is how we can play like this one. So you see traditional ELT, and on the right-hand side, global Englishes. So I will read out something, and then you will see traditional or GELT, ELT or GELT. Learners communicate globally. Where should it go?
Dr. Ali, do you want some attendees to answer that, or should I pass on the answers?
Okay, you pass on the answers.
Should I pass on the answers?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What's the answer? Where should it go? learner communicate globally. Should it go to GLT or GLT, Dr. Dr.
Okay.
Ali G?
So how about this one? Teaching is monolingual.
Majority say traditional.
Okay. English is a shared resource for all speakers.
Global.
All right. Learners communicate with native speakers.
Traditional.
Very good. Assessment emphasizes competence.
It's a mixed opinion here.
This one?
It's a mixed opinion here.
Learners, okay, fine. Learners needs follow inner circle norms.
Traditional.
Okay. Materials are from native English context.
Traditional.
Yeah, thou will not write. Goal is confident use of English. All right.
Global.
Teachers must be native.
Traditional.
All right. Assessment emphasize grammatical accuracy.
Traditional.
Ideology is exclusive.
Traditional.
Materials come from various communities.
Global.
All right. Teaching is multilingual.
Global.
Okay. Target culture is dynamic.
Global.
Oh, awesome. Learners' needs are globally defined.
Global.
Only standard English is accepted.
Traditional.
Okay. Other languages hinder English learning.
Traditional.
Oh, wow. Target culture is British or American.
Traditional.
Okay. Any qualified teacher can be a model.
Global.
Okay. English has diverse and flexible forms.
Global.
Awesome. English is defined by inner circle countries.
Traditional.
Okay. The goal is to sound native-like.
It's answered already because only 3 boxes are left and 3.
Ideology is inclusive and global.
Oh? Okay.
Other languages support learning.
Global? Okay.
The goal is to sound native-like.
The goal. Okay, we have to replace something?
Yes, we have to replace something.
Okay. Competence, wala? Assessment emphasizes competence. Dr. Ali, this brown assessment should be shifted here.
Wow. Are we ready?
Yeah.
If everything is correct, then we will clap for 5 seconds. Take a look. Whoa. For my wonderful head of the department, Dr. Saishda, who is an inspiration for all of us. Look at this score. I will give it to Dr. Saishda. Take a photo of this. This is what we've done. This is amazing. So the first section of my workshop, let me reconnect. Okay. Share the screen again. So the first section of my workshop was difference between ELT and global English. Now we'll go to the session 2, in which you will sleep and hate me. You will say, Dr. Saida, why you brought this man? Session 2 is Global English's Framework. I translated as Nazariyati Dhancha. I mean, what our colleagues who are talking about this, what they think about global English. So the second session 2 will look at the framework, and Ali's got a headache. So two things, Global English's framework. So let's move on. Let me introduce to Nicola Galloway and Heath. Nicola is in Edinburgh and Heath is in Oxford. And they came up with this wonderful book, pretty recent, 2022, I guess, Global Englishes for Language Teaching. And I've known their work for quite some time, and both of them are talking about. So we're not talking about world English. So we're not talking about Kachru here. No, with due respect to Kachru. We're talking about more. And that's what I said you will take away from this. So the framework is something like this. So on the right-hand side, you see a circle, which has got three sections. You see world Englishes, English as an international language, and English as a lingua franca. From the left-hand side, these two things, translanguaging and the multilingual turn, they are feeding into that circle. Can you see that arrow? Can you see the translanguaging and the multilingual turn feeding into this circle, big circle? Can you see that connection?
Yes.
We can see that, right? So what is happening? As a sociolinguist, the sociolinguistic research, people are learning more and more how actually people communicate. And they're learning that people communicate differently. So these two stream of researches, translanguaging research and the multilingual turn, they are feeding into this world of English, which is world Englishes, English as a lingua franca. So this was given by our two colleagues in 2022, Global Englishes Framework. So we understand global, if somebody says, how do you understand global Englishes? You're gonna say two major streams feeding into English is translanguaging and multilingual turn. What is translanguaging? Translanguaging is, I know three languages and I will use all three of them whenever I need, okay? So I will show you a clip. This will be a 2-minute clip, and after the clip, you will tell me who is translanguaging. Are you ready? Dr. Asim, are people ready
Yes.
to watch this?
Yes, we can see the video on screen and you can play it.
Okay, then after this, you will make a comment, who is translanguaging in here?
अमेरिका से कब तशरीफ लाए? आप अमेरिका से कब तशरीफ लाए? Can you explain this in full English? आपको उर्दू नहीं आती? आंधी है. तो फिर उर्दू में बात करें ना. Okay. Can I call you Henry? जी नहीं, मेरा नाम अनवर.
Sorry.
अमेरिका से कब तशरीफ लाए? आप अमेरिका से कब तशरीफ लाए? Can you explain this in full English? आपको उर्दू नहीं आती? आंधी है. तो फिर उर्दू में बात करें ना. Okay. Can I call you Henry? जी नहीं, मेरा नाम अनवर मकसूद है. अनवर मकसूद. यार ये पाकिस्तानी तुम लोग जो है तरक्की नहीं कर सकते. क्या रखा है इस नाम है अनवर मकसूद? What meaning? Shameful meaning. अनवर भी और मकसूद भी. और तरक्की करो यार. Better keep good name. New name, fly high, sky, above, darling. Enjoy. आपसे जो सवाल किया जाए सिर्फ उसका जवाब दे. हाँ जी. आप न्यूयॉर्क में टैक्सी चलाते हैं? गुड इवनिंग. बाय. थैंक यू. आप समझ नहीं रहे. हम लोग आपस में बातचीत कर रहे हैं. ये आपका इंटरव्यू हो रहा है. गुड इवनिंग. जी जी, वालेकुम अस्सलाम. जी. आप न्यूयॉर्क में टैक्सी चलाते हैं? हाँ जी, चलाते हैं. जो चीज आती है, जो काम आता है, वही करते हैं. तनु की, व्हाट इज योर प्रॉब्लम ब्लडी?
काली
ए,
बातें,
ए, चले
ये
जाओ।
इस तरह के जुमले आप नहीं बोलेंगे।
ये नीचे
ये आप टैक्सी में नहीं बैठे हुए न्यूयॉर्क पे,
बस बस
आप पाकिस्तान में एक प्रोग्राम में रिकॉर्ड करवा रहे हैं।
गल सुन देखो, मैंने आपके प्रोग्राम देखे हैं पहले भी।
मैं आप
सुने मेरी बात सुने,
ये छोड़े होंगे
पहले पूरी मेरी बात सुनो। ये मेहमानों को बुला के जो तू बदतमीजी करता है ना, मैं मतलब ये कि आप जो इसमें बुला के मेहमानों के साथ में वो करते हैं, ये ना करना मेरे साथ, बिकॉज बैकग्राउंड माई इज
नहीं, मैं आपसे कह
लाइक
रहा
अ कंटूटा।
हूं, आप ठीक है, आप ये 2-3 लफ्ज
Okay.
अमेरिका से
All right. On your sticky note that Dr. Asim has provided, write your definition of translanguaging based on what you have seen. What is your definition? I'm interested in your definition of translanguaging.
Sir,
Yeah.
good evening.
Oh, you are
Sir,
again. All right, welcome.
actually, translanguaging means using all the resources or style and ways, or even I can call it dialects, in particular conversation when talking to someone who has monolingual. And for example, if I know many languages and I'm speaking at the same time multiple languages to the monolingual, that I means, and that is what I understood from the text from this video particular.
Oh, this is beautiful. Excellent analysis. Excellent analysis. Yeah. And I did you enjoy the shift that Moin Akhtar makes in the tone? Yeah. It was so funny. Yeah, he says, tu. He says, tu, main tujhe abhi bata. And then he shifts it. He realizes, he says, aapko, you know. Oh, that was a great shift of tone. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're on track. You are on it. You are a linguist in the making. I see that. Anybody else?
Sir, I think it's like using a language that is feasible for a communication.
Yeah, you're so right. You're so right. Yeah. Why should I? Yeah, exactly. As you're saying, I look at my ease, I look at my comfort. जब मेरा दिल चाहेगा जो ज़बान बोलनी है वो बोलूंगा. That's the reality. That's how people speak. So Moin Akhtar, Bhai Anwar Maqsood was sticking to monolingualism Urdu only. And you see, it's a beautiful conversation. Anybody else, or should I move on?
Yes,
move
sir.
on. Okay, somebody else. Okay.
In my opinion, translanguaging is more pragmatic in nature. We just switch languages according to the context and what we like according to the person.
I agree with you. ये जो आपने लफ्ज इस्तेमाल किया ना pragmatic का, it conveys a lot of meaning. बिल्कुल सही बोल रहे हैं आप. Conveys a lot of meaning. And so ये जो knowledge थी ना, ये जो जिसका हम जिक्र कर रहे हैं translanguaging का या multilingual turn का, ये recent knowledges हैं, यानी कि last 30-40 years में. उससे पहले जो English language होती थी, that was used to be very very different. So वो जो framework है वो ये बता रहा है कि sociolinguistics, the knowledge of sociolinguistics is feeding into the world of Englishes, जिसको आप कहते हैं. I'll move on. What an amazing! First of all, I have to tell you, I'm enjoying doing this workshop, and partly because you're so well prepared. You're amazing, very talented set of people who are sitting here. Can we move on? Do you allow me to move on? See the multilingual turn. Multilingual turn
Yes.
It's multilingual turn is very simple. So the idea is, the word is a turn. In Pakistani English, U-turn is a very famous word, right? A turn is simply means we are turning towards our own languages. So multilingualism is a norm, so is not an exception, basically. So it's very natural for people to switch. Moin Akhtar was using 3 languages. Can you name those languages?
Punjabi, Urdu, and English.
And wherever he needed it, he just used it. So the multilingual turn is primarily turning towards our languages, not turning away from languages. The whole ideology is we're turning towards our languages, not away from them. That's multilingual turn. I will tell you a story. And after the story, there will be a question. I want to see who listens to the story well. Are you ready for a story? Yes or no?
Yes, we're ready.
Students are ready. So the title of this story is Superpower Languages. Once upon a time, there was this beautiful girl. Her name was Aisha. She spoke Urdu with her family, Punjabi with her friends, and English at school. One day, she meets a boy who speaks only English. Can you finish this story? Can you give a twist to this story? Okay. Oh, I see such natural laughters. Okay. Yeah, please provide a twist. One day she meets this boy who speaks only English.
Should I provide the mic to someone?
Please do, Dr. Asim. Please do. I can see the energy in the room.
So after that, they never spoke again.
Oh, oh my God. Okay. Any other twist?
I think, sir, the girl taught the boy to speak different languages, and that boy embraced different languages. So that boy became multilingual.
Wow, wow. What a twist you gave, man. I wish I had been a talented student like you in my days. Oh, that's beautiful. Very creative. Anybody else? One more.
I think since she already knows English, she would be focusing on that. She would be using English as the language. And while doing that, she would be code switching also. So he will be picking up words from that, from whatever languages that she's speaking.
That's the
Urdu
reality.
and Punjabi.
When I went to, no, I want to talk to you. Wait. Give her the microphone. No, because you were saying the boy will be picking up words. No, I just want to talk to you. When I was in Algeria for a year as a Fulbright, I picked up a lot of words. So I cannot speak Darja, which is a dialect of Arabic spoken in Algeria. But you're right. At least I pick up a few words. So now in US, when I meet Algerian, I tell them, labas, sava. So these are the words, and Algerians look at me and say, whoa, this man is from Algeria. I said, no, yeah, you're right. This is the language learning. We start with few words. Clap for all 3 who spoke, all 3 of them who did this story. My God, this is amazing. The story is superpower languages. Why do you think she changes languages depending on the people she talks to? Why? You don't have to give answer to me. You have to speak to the person sitting next to you for 60 seconds on these two questions. Number one, why do you think she changes languages depending on the people she talks to? And number two is, have you ever switched languages during one conversation? Why? Just talk to the no answers to me, please. Okay, I want to move forward from here. So I'm sure you already have studied Kachru's work. So I will not spend much of. So Kachru's major work was this realization on variation of English in different areas. How global English is different. So let me explain to you. Global English is talking about accepting all varieties and focusing on intelligibility, focusing on multilingual turn, focusing on. So Kachru was working on Indian English or Pakistani English or other Englishes. So world Englishes realizes variations in English, whereas global English is talking about accepting local local languages in English also. So this is new. The framework global English is more sociologically informed because it's talking about multilingual turn, it's talking about translanguaging. So I don't want to spend much of my time in here. Pakistani English, you all know that if you use the word side hero, that's very Pakistani. Time pass, guru, out of station. Have you ever seen Eve teasing? Anybody knows the meaning of Eve teasing? So it's a very Bangladeshi English. Adam and Eve. Eve means here a girl, and boys do the chirkhani to the girls in South Asia a lot. So they come up with a word Eve teasing, very Bangladeshi English. Own brother. So everybody knows that these. So world Englishes give us insight into varieties. Global English is talking about using them in the teaching and learning of languages. So Global English is a framework that is more sociolinguistically informed and is not focusing on only varieties. It's talking about all varieties coming together. Okay. Are you ready for one more Kahoot? Let me see if.
Yes, we're ready.
We're ready? Okay, so I will. Just give me a sec. Right. Okay. I'm almost ready. Dr. Asim, can you see my screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Kulsum is the first one to join this time. Rukshi, yeah. $19. Okay. Dr. Asim, do I start?
Has everyone joined? Just a second. Are you all in? Okay, Dr. Khan, you can start now.
All right. World English is in iClap. Oh, a friend from Nigeria says, I'm coming, but she doesn't move. This is okay. Rukshi. In Australia, people often say, good on ya. What does that mean? Well done. Good job. AJ. Oh. A Pakistani says, I'm going to give my exam. In British English, they say, take my exam. Which one is correct? Both are right in their countries. Wonderful. Yeah. Rukshi has decided that she is going to win. But Ayman is saying, I'm also coming, and AJ also saying, I also exist. Wow. Which country has its own kind of English? Only US, UK? Every country where English people use it? This is a lot better response. Wow. Who is this? What a jump, Ayman. In the US, people walk on the sidewalk. What do Pakistani people call it? Pavement, footpath, track, road? We will clap here. In US, nobody understands this word. They say, wow, really? A footpath? Yes. Rukshi. It's a very competitive group. In India, people say cousin, brother. What does this show? An error, Indian English, French English, slang? Indian English. Oh, who speaks the right English? Only people in England, only teachers, everyone who speaks English, only native speakers. I have my people everywhere. My people in green, my people in everywhere, yeah? Oh, it's a big competition going on in this room. I can see that. Oh, what does World Englishes mean actually? Great. True or false? In American English, a rotary is the same as roundabout in British English. True. Someone from nowhere came up, Ariba. People around the world can make English their own by adding local words and styles. Somebody talked about it. Oh, it's going fast. Oh, looks like people are tired. They want to go home. Dr. Asim.
Enjoying it. Not enjoying it.
Okay. The third in this competition is Bia. Thank you. You've done an amazing job, Bia. Ariba, wonderful. And the first one, I want to see who is this. Oh,
Rukhsar, can you
Rukhsar
stand up?
Ali. I want to see this
Can you see
person.
him?
Oh, wow.
I would like
Great.
the second and third also to show up. Yeah.
Second and third also, Dr. Asim.
Yeah. This is Ariba. This is Ariba.
Okay.
And this is Bia. What's your name?
Wait a minute. Dr. Asim,
Barira.
once a second. Wow.
Barira.
Please clap for them. So far, um, so the world of GELT, English as a lingua franca, common language for communication between speakers with different languages. And lingua franca, so GELT is very close to lingua franca, actually. Mutual understanding rather than native-like accuracy. Like when a Brazilian engineer talking to a Turkish, the shared language is English, or an Algerian and Chinese student meeting, German and Japanese, English as a lingua franca, the field of English as a lingua franca. And English as an international language for more or less, it looks upon English as the language for communication across cultures. So we see English as an international language is a different mindset, which does not very much accept local mixing of languages. So there is an understanding of scholars that English should be used in certain forms in like publications. When you're doing the publications, you cannot do global Englishes there, and many scholars in US are fighting for that. That why not? These texts are changing. So this is called a word wall, right? Can you scan this? Is it possible? Let me know if you can scan it.
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay. If you cannot, then I'll try to do something. Can you see this?
We can see start button on the screen.
Cultural diversity is important in English as an international language.
Where?
True or false?
True, false. True? You will tell me and I'll pass on the answer. True? True.
English as an international language is relevant in global communication context.
True.
English as an international language reflects various English varieties.
True.
English
It's
as a
wrong.
lingua franca focuses on mutual understanding.
Yes. Yes means true. True.
English as an international language includes both native and non-native speakers.
False. True. It's mixed here.
English as an international language emphasizes grammatical accuracy.
False.
Negotiating meaning is key in ELF, English as a lingua franca interactions.
True.
Negotiating meanings.
Yeah, true.
ELF is used mainly by non-native speakers.
True.
ELF has standardized grammatical rules.
False.
ELF is only for academic context.
False.
Are we ready? There will be some surprises. Should we go ahead?
Just hold on. Let me check with them if they want to change their minds.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Which one? Mm-hmm. EIL. EIL reflects various English varieties. Should be in false. This is what they're saying. Yeah. Just hold on. Yeah. Should we put back it to true? No? नहीं मैं अपना नहीं बता सकता. This is for you. We're okay with this.
Wow. Clap for all of them. I have never had such an experience in my life. Dr. Asim or Dr. Saida has leaked my cahoots and these, I'm sure. Okay, so let me go back to my PowerPoint. Stop sharing. Okay. Dr. Asim, can they see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
So okay, are you ready? Can you see this?
Yes, mind your language.
Please, you have a headache. Oh, no, sir. You have a headache. Where would you go to get some aspirin? Ah, tandoori takeaway. Yes, please. My jolly good friend who is working there always had plenty aspirin. I meant to buy some aspirin. Why should I be buying them? I can be getting them from my friend. All right. Where do you go for aspirin when the tandoori takeaway is closed? Oh, blimey. Taj Mahal Curry House. Would you please tell Ali where you go to get aspirin? Oh, my chemist. Thank you. Where are you going now? To buy some aspirin for headache. I haven't got a headache. Blimey, I got one now.
Any thought or comment on Ali's headache and Jamila's oh bhai? Do you want to say anything? Ali's got a headache.
When Ali said that he got a headache, that was his natural reaction to the situation he was facing. And
Yes.
Jamila's reaction was again her natural reaction. So what was going on in the class? And Ali was
Yep.
not understanding what the teacher was trying to say.
And Jamila all of a sudden came up with the help and saying that, oh bhai, chemist.
Yes, she tried to tell him where to go, not to the friends, but to the chemist. He should be going to the
Yeah.
chemist by the aspirin. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. Wow, that's it. That's the real language, right? Real language. Who says it's monolingual? No, there is always a variation in languages. Good comment. Ideally, I would love to do the third part of the session, but I have to respect your time. Maybe some other time. I will conclude here my session. Maybe some other time we will do the third one. I don't want to rush. I'm not in favor of rushing things. I never do those things. So we'll do it again. But the whole idea is that you guys are very well aware of these things that we are talking about. So we have
Dr. Ali.
covered, yes.
Yeah, once you conclude, Dr. Sajda would like to talk to you.
Yeah, please. My honor, my honor. And so we'll some other time we'll talk about global Englishes in action. But I have to respect your time, and I have my American students waiting for me in the school. In university in America, you all know that we call it a school. So my kids will be waiting also. And you guys also have had a long day today. So I decide here that I would stop here and respect. But I tell you, please trust. बहुत मजा आया. बहुत मजा आया. What a time I spent with you all. Thank you, everybody. I stop.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Ali.
Ji.
Thank you so much for this fantastic workshop. We thoroughly enjoyed every bit of
मुझे तो
it.
पता ही नहीं है कि आप भी बैठी हुई हैं. Oh my God.
I've been here throughout the
Okay.
workshop and I'm so grateful because this is the course that I teach. तो मुझे पता चल गया कि मेरे स्टूडेंट ने कितना कौन से वो स्टूडेंट्स हैं जिन्होंने नहीं पढ़ा. I'll be now searching for those students. So it really enforced the learning. Probably जो थोड़े से gaps रह गए थे वो आपने close कर दिए हैं. And it has been such a fantastically engaging session. Something that is a sheer treat at any conference to have such a workshop. So credit goes to you, your style, approach, experience, and the enthusiasm that you brought in prior to the workshop and even today evident from the way you are involved. I'm so grateful to this that
Oh,
you've conducted.
thank you so much. डॉक्टर आसिम खान, मैविश, इन लोगों ने बहुत हेल्प की है, बहुत गाइड किया, और इन दोनों के अलावा मडागास्कर में जो एंड्री हैं, उन्होंने बहुत काम किया, मलक ने बहुत काम किया, और आपने जो बुलाया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया.
Thank you so much. Inshallah, next time when you're coming to Pakistan, we'll have you
Inshallah.
for a live workshop and a live session.
Inshallah. Inshallah.
Thank you.
Everybody, Assalamu alaikum. Goodbye. Have a great evening. Can I leave the meeting? Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.